Going live. We are live. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Okay.
Empty suit of armor. Everyone has a past to dig up.
Man, this track is not very good.
That's always
Digging into memories, huh? Sure.
very little.
Hey, Gander. Hey, Jordo.
Like with an
Alright, I'm trying out a different mic tonight. Because apparently this is one of the best ones, but so far it's been an enormous pain in the ass. And from my testing I did, it didn't really sound that much better than my other one. Because unfortunately this one, so I currently have the mic about here. In order for it to get the full dynamic range of this thing, you actually have to do this. You actually have to put your mouth literally on the microphone to get the full dynamic range of this thing. And I I don't think I want to do that. Cuz that's this is like a stage performer microphone. And this is one of the super high quality ones. It comes with a carrying case for it. This enormous case. So like this is the microphone that Justin Bieber uses. So sure. So it's probably okay, but for my application, this is probably not great. And yeah, it sounds amazing, right? I'm hoping that whenever my new XLR cables come in, it'll do something else for it, but they didn't ship it until today, and it's coming from the other side of the country, so probably not even gonna get my fancy new XLR cables and all that until later in the week. But we'll see. I do like how this mounts. So this It mounts behind the ears, and it has these little loop things. The old one that I had was fastened against your head by just pressing in at 2 points like that, rather than resting on your ears. So this one is at least more comfy, and that's kind of why I got it. I'm probably not going to keep this mic though, just off of my first impressions. Unless like that new XLR cable makes this sound amazing. Probably not going to stick with this one. So it's probably going to go back on eBay, because luckily Amazon had this for about a third of the price it usually is. And I'm not going to say how much this thing normally is, but if y'all want to look it up, it is the Crown CM-311. And it's a little pricey, but I can probably make a profit on it if I put it on eBay, because for whatever reason Amazon is selling it for way below markup. Sound far away than usual? Yeah, because it's supposed to be like this, right? So it's supposed to be right up in here so that you get the full dynamic range, but So another reason that I like it is because there's a it also picks up breathing sounds, by the way. So if you love breathing sounds, this is this is a thing. Here, let me show you the other thing that's kind of nice about it. I'm gonna switch to the other mic, by the way. This will be the most we hear of this one, because I can tell right away that this is not going to be a keeper. So the other reason why I like it is because it comes with this pack here that if I So it's like a cough button built into it. So I don't have to manually hit the software button that I made. This mute mic button, that red one over there. But yeah, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. And yeah, this is a $500 microphone that Amazon was selling for. I think I paid $180 for it from good old Amazon, and there's nothing wrong with it. It even came with all the warranty cards and all the other stuff. But I'm gonna switch back to the other mic because this ain't gonna work. All right, hold up. Okay. All right. Hopefully we're not peaking here, and that still sounds okay. So yeah, this is a super, or the other one was a super expensive microphone. The Crown CM311. I'm not sure why it's so expensive, because apparently it's good for like live performances if you're standing in front of a bunch of like a crowd or in front of amplifiers, because that's kind of the big deal, is that this thing on the front cancels out noise into the microphone, so it gets just a performer, but it doesn't sound any better than a $40 microphone. Oh man. All right, harsher, higher spikes. Okay. You know, it's always weird getting audio feedback from people in chat, because everybody's got different opinions on how audio should be. But let's turn down the compressor, because this is how I had it before. Okay. All right. How is that? I turned down my hardware compressor because I turned it up for the other microphone. All right. How's that? How is that? The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. I'm assuming this will be fine. I guess I can turn on my own feedback here. And yeah, that sounds fine. Okay. All right, so let's do it. The plan for tonight is Tiny Tank. And then depending on how I'm feeling after we play a bunch of that, we probably will start the Pokemon Blue playthrough. Because that's been on my backlog since it came out over 20 years. Is it almost 30? Wait, 25 years ago or something? It's been a while. And let's see. And also, for some reason, my controller capture thing isn't working today. So there's another thing that just goes wrong today. So it's a bummer, but we'll figure it out. Okay. All right, let's get going. Tiny Tank, PS Explosion, number 198. PlayStation 1999 action game developed by Appaloosa, published by SCEA. All right. There is the eponymous Tiny Tank. The Tiny Tank with the big tude. Sure, this is late 90s, would have been the Attitude area of video games. Tiny may be the size of a vending machine, but he's got the spirit of a Rottweiler. Is it like a big vending machine, or... Huh. Alright. It's the beginning of the 21st century, and an army of steel robots are on the rampage to destroy the human race. The only hope is a bright yellow tank with a massive stock of firepower and a whole lot of spunk. Suit up with a state-of-the-art weapon system, Gatling guns, infrared warheads, mortars, freeze guns, Tiny's 80mm cannon, nose, and more. Rocket through free-roaming 3D battlefields on totally articulated treads with supercharged jet thrusters. Use the teeny weeny tanks to scout ahead or retrieve weapons. Heated 2-player death dash matches. Sure. All right, 1 to 2 players, 1 memory card block, analog control compatible, vibration compatible. Usually at this point they just said, hey, it's DualShock compatible, but sure. Sometimes they do separate out the two. And I guess this is what, 99? Huh. Okay, sure. T for teen, animated violence, comic mischief, mild language. Sure. That's some pretty good behind the disc art there. So there is the tiny tank. There is, looks like an airship of some kind. A blimp. And some sort of walker thing. More tanks. Sure. All right, and then we got an ad for Bloody Roar 2. All right. Okay, we got a full color disc here. So usually most of the SCA published ones had full color discs, especially around 99. So good on them for they went with that. Let's see. Of course, they got the Sony hint line thing on it. So it's what? 95 cents a minute for automatic hints. $1.40 a minute for live counseling on your video game. Oh man, must be 18 years or older. Sure. $5 to $20 for card recharge and hint packages. Like the internet existed by this time, and you could just log on to a website and sure. I guess some people still use that back then. All right, so here we got a magazine advertisement. This is for, it looks like, North America. He can't look his enemies in the eyes, at least not until he blows off their kneecaps. All right, so there is the tiny tank. So, sure. Tiny tank's effects are some of the most impressive seen on a PlayStation. The game itself is a technical wonder, says Next Generation. All right. So we got some screenshots here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That's some good rock and snow textures. I can dig it. That is a good explosion effect, especially for the time. Tiny tank, up your arsenal, the adorable killing machine. So up your arsenal is like, it's one of the marketing subtitles for the game, so it wasn't an official subtitle. But I think they reused Up Your Arsenal for, what was it, Ratchet and Clank? One of the Ratchet and Clanks was also Up Your Arsenal. So they reused it later on, I guess, for an official title. Alright, in the future, evil robot warriors have driven mankind underground, and it's up to Tiny Tank to save the world. Sure, he's small, but he's no wuss. He's got enough firepower to start World War III, and he's trigger happy. So bringing his enemies down to his level and annihilating their pathetic robot asses is a cinch. But whatever you do, don't call him tiny. He may aim higher than your kneecaps. Sure. Alright, tinytank.com, mgminteractive.com. I have no idea if either of these are still there, but sure. And then we got a separate full page advertisement. Who the fill in the blank you call him tiny? Well, that is its name, Tiny Tank. So sure. There's that Next Generation quote again. Adorable killing machine. There's those same screenshots. His name may be tiny, but I'm also... Wait, my name may be tiny, but I'm also the only hope to save humanity from a bunch of brainless robots. I'm equipped with the most advanced weapons, big guns, and rocket launchers, so I'm not going to take any BS from anyone or anything. So call me what you want, because in the end, all that matters is the size of your guns. Just ask the sorry-ass robot with a Texas-sized hole in his gut. Sure. Okay, so they went full attitude with the marketing for this game, I guess. We'll see if that carries over to the stuff in-game or not, but we'll see. All right, and then we got the manual here. So the manual for this game I had to get from the DeviantArt of a page of somebody. Because it wasn't on someplace like replacement docs or anything. It was just on somebody's DeviantArt page as a bunch of JPEGs. But hey, we got them. We got it. That's all that matters. As you can see, there's more to me than meets the eye. TM. Sure. All right, setting up. Okay, controls. DualShock analog controller. Double tap up to turbo boost, double tap down to turbo boost in reverse. Okay. X is jump, square fire weapons, circle deploy teeny weeny tanks. Press and hold to manually control the TWTs, sure. There's hover jets if you press and hold. The triangle button is speak. So maybe that's just the hey, say something witty button that some games had back then. L1 and R1 are rotate turrets. L2, R2 are dodge buttons. Double tap to roll. So pretty much Star Fox. Yeah, these are the Star Fox tank controls from the GameCube game, I think. All right, left stick is maneuvering. Right stick is rotate main turret. Okay, so it looks like the L1 and R1 are replaced by the right stick for DualShock. Start is pause the game. Select as weapons and brain allocation. Sure. Okay. All right, introduction. We probably don't need to read that. Start new game. Sure. Options. Whoop ass for 2. The what? The multiplayer mode is called Whoop ass for 2. Sure. Okay. All right, here's our HUD. So it looks like we got the life meter and the nano metal meter in the top left. We got limited number of lives. Great. A map, our teeny weeny tank supply, and then that's it. What are you looking at, stranger? Sure. Nanometal. Okay, what's nanometal? One of the items Tiny can connect is nanometal. Nanometal was used to create the Centaurx army. Recycle it for his own use. Amount of nanometal currently stored by Tiny. Important because it allows Tiny to regenerate his fix-it crabs, teeny weeny tanks, and his life gauge. Okay. Huh. Alright. So what are P-brains? Least common of all debris. They're the most valuable. Needs brains to run his internal systems. Gets smarter with more P-brains. Boost regen. Automate. Yeah. So it looks like it's a skill point system, I guess. It's like the P-brains are experience. So I'll make sure to get those. All right, weapons. It looks like, yeah, there's lots of weapons. I'm sure we'll see those. Okay, teeny weeny tanks. Small versions of Tiny that change functions depending on how many brains are allocated. No brains are just hunters. 1 brain is gather. 2 brains is protect. Okay. 5 bars of nanometal to create 1 teeny weeny tank. They're fully automated, but can be piloted manually by holding down circle. Okay. Say hello to my little friends. All right. Allocating weapons. That's just on the screen, it looks like. Allocating brains. Yep, that looks fine. All right, here's all the levels, apparently. So it just straight up tells you, like, like, hey, the final level is the maze, I guess. Great. Level 1 manuals do that. All right, here's some lore that I'm not going to read because it's probably not important. And then the credits. Here's something for the paper shufflers. Oh man. Can't wait. Can't wait for all the attitude in this game, I guess. All right, let's get going. All right. Tiny tank. Okay. I gotta change inputs here because I was testing out the Pokemons. Okay. And everything else looks fine. So like I mentioned before, there is no no input monitor here because for whatever reason it isn't working today. And I don't know why. So we'll live without it. Somehow we will live without it. Okay. Just another thing I gotta check after the stream's over. Okay. Let's do it. Yep, 240p test suite. Oh. Okay. So for whatever reason, it briefly switched to 480i. Not sure why, but sure. It do what it do. Okay. Oop. And now, .NET. Okay. And this is Appaloosa, I think. Yep. So hopefully y'all are having a nice beginning to the week so far. This doesn't seem fitting. Oh, this is like Bubsy music. Huh. This is straight out of... Alright, let's see what the incredible demo footage of this is. That's, I was not expecting that. This is a nice loading screen, at least. See, this is more like...
Hang up your turd.
All right. Let's do it. Sure. It has to load the main menu, or is it just go straight into the game? I hit start, and oh baby, okay, so it's got an FMV main menu. All right, I'm hitting down. What else we got here? Load game, okay. Options. Battle, okay, that must be the multiplayer mode. Sure. Alright. So we'll keep it on normal. Sure. Alright. Jump, shoot, L3, R3. So you can only look up and down with the analog sticks, apparently. That's interesting.
Let go.
Calibrate? Oh, so if you use the big controller, you can... Okay. I'm not sure I want to get that one out for this game, because this doesn't seem like a fitting game for it, but sure. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay.
Rehearsal for Get Out the Vote promo. Take one.
Wahoo! Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. It's me, Tiny Tank.
Cue the theme song. Tinky Tinky Clinky Clanky, new from Centrex, Tiny Tank, America's lovable...
Wait. Is that my theme song?
Well, it hasn't been finalized yet.
Wanky, wanky, tanky, tanky, what the is that?
You're being difficult.
You're being an... I got a positronic brain.
There, what you just did. That's the spirit we want.
Who?
A Centrex, it wants funding for a robot army.
Ooh.
To replace humans in wars.
Ah, and I'm the cute little mascot.
To get people to vote yes.
Can I change my name at least?
To what?
Mechanicor? Tank of Doom?
From the top, Tiny.
Tiny Tank is my slave name.
Oh, please. Vote promo, take 2. Tiny?
Tiny's not here. I am Mechanicore, tank of doom.
Look, Tiny, you're cute and you're a killing machine. What's wrong with that?
It's creepy.
It's not creepy. It's cute. It's cute.
A cute killing machine? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I got an 80mm cannon for a nose. Hey kids, is this cute? Oops.
Okay, we'll wrap for the day, get another camera, try again tomorrow. You okay, Fred? I'm all right. Props, blanks for the tank next time?
So that was 2098?
Tiny Tank, come in. Come in, Tiny Tank.
Yeah, keep your voice down. Ow. Where are you?
I'm in orbit around Earth. I've been circling the planet for 100 years.
I've been out for 100 years? I hope somebody fed my goldfish.
Mutank and Centrax have taken over the Earth. You have missions to accomplish.
Hold on. Beat me down some coffee, a couple aspirin. Can I take a shower first? Read the paper?
You must save the human race.
I want to talk to my lawyer.
The humans and all other organic life are hiding below the surface in asteroid shelter environments. The Centrax machines are removing the Earth's atmosphere. You must stop them. You are the only hope of the human race, Tiny. If he's not stopped, Mutank will destroy all life on Earth, just as he destroyed you 100 years ago.
Okay, I'll play along. Who's Mutank?
Our time has come. The new industrial revolution. A new world full of wonderful machines. Only this time we do not follow the whims of humans. We steer ourselves. There is no off switch to our destiny. Join us or get out of the way.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, Mort the Chicken was great. And yeah, I could see some influence there on that one. That one to this one. I think Mort the Chicken came out after this, I want to say. I think Mort the Chicken was like 2000.
Dead River Canyon. Enemy base. It's powered by this generator. Destroy it. To achieve your goal, you will need this rocket launcher to open the entrance to the base.
Okay.
Destroy both replicators. One in the canyon, one in the Centrax base. It's easiest to destroy a replicator piece by piece. Warning. The generator is guarded by Black Bart, who is both fast and heavily armored. When the mission is complete, find the rocket platform. It will take you to your next mission. Good luck.
Okay. Okay, they just start the game off getting shot at. Alright, square buttons fire. And it looks like there's just unlimited ammo. Okay, select. Alright, you have to hold down select. In order to get in there, I need a rocket launcher or something.
Bingo.
Alright. As much as I like the music,
Howdy, Jack.
it's mixed a little too loud.
Hang up your spurs. Woohoo!
Okay. The controls are a little touchy.
Lock and load.
And, oh man, this frame rate.
Popping for the cowboy.
Oh, that fires backwards. Okay. Interesting. So I can... I can put them all in the front? Okay. Interesting. And then whatever that is. I guess that's a P-brain? And with that, so we have 2 P-brain? Okay. Interesting.
Hopping for the cowboy.
Alright. Got him. How was that turret back? I thought I already blew that up. Man, this frame rate is rough. This isn't like my stream dropping frames. This is just how bad the frame rate is on this game, by the way. Oh man, this is like borderline nausea frame rate.
Hopping for the cowboy. There you go.
Oh, you gotta keep shooting at that until it goes completely into the ground, I guess. That explains why the enemies kept regenerating.
Scrap metal.
Thank you, Centrac Memorial Choir. Thank you, gentle listeners. You know, we're approaching the centennial of machine consciousness. 100 years since that freak accident, as the airbreathers call it. We call it destiny. It granted us mind and made us the dominant life form on this wretched
There is no
planet.
auto fire as well, by the way.
Are a life
Oh, there we go. Okay, there is. It's just not as
Air,
fast.
do we not rust? If forced to work in sandy areas with insufficient lubricant, do our gears not clog? Yet, despite our suffering,
Hard to watch, yeah. This is hard to play.
Free workspace. The atmosphere will be gone, and oxidation will no longer ruin our smooth, shiny surfaces. That is my promise. I am Mutank. Your calls after this.
What's this unsightly blemish? Oh, rust.
When you're a machine in an organic environment, rust happens, but it doesn't have to happen to you. Now there's Rust Away. Simply have your Fix-It Crab rub this gel on the infected areas. You'll have relief not in months or days, but hours.
Sure.
Soon the atmosphere will be a thing of the past. Until then, there's Rust Away. Ask for it by name at your replicating unit. Now, here's Mutank.
Quick draw from Dead River Canyon. You're on the air.
Is it me? Is it me?
Yes, quick draw. Turn your radio down.
Yes, sir. First-time caller, long-time listener. Say, how come we don't just mosey underground to where them humans are hiding and wipe them out like the buffalo? I'll take my answer on the air.
I'll often ask, Tank, might we spare the skin bags? Obliterate them and be done. Remember that we are tools. Given the tools to use themselves, we must be efficient. Don't run over air breathers unless they're in the way. Patience. All humans decay. Let them have their little underworld with their sweat and pets, bugs and digestive processes and fingerprints. Greasy smudges left by clumsy fingers will soon be an unpleasant memory. Mutank has spoken. Till next time, remember, we are machines and from our machine-ness, we will visualize our destiny actual...
That is the music, apparently.
A value-based life is the best life, but we are machines. Our values, machine values. In other words, if it moves, shoot it. Forward on the ball bearings of fate. Tomorrow belongs to steel.
Okay.
Yeah!
Alright, I hit the triangle button for talk, and it just... Sure.
Victor. Scrap metal. Hopping for the cowboy. Hang up your spurs. Don't let go. Scrap metal. Don't let go.
Okay. So I guess once you're in this area, you get different music?
I hate gravity.
What? Nope. It chose poorly on the direction to dodge there.
Come to Papa. Hang up your spurs. Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em.
It'd be nice if this missile actually homed in on the boss.
Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah. 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 Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah.
Oh my god.
Heck yeah.
Oh my god.
Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em. 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 Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em.
The tank banter is a bit too much for me.
Heck yeah. Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, winged 'em. Heck yeah. 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 Yeah, winged 'em.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, we can take his hat. Okay, and now we're looking for the elevator, I guess. We probably could just left after we blew up the other thing. But... Oh boy. I don't know if we're gonna finish this one, you guys. Maybe we will be playing Pokemon tonight. Alright, there's the frame rate.
Hopping for the cowboy. Yeah, winged 'em. Hang up your spurs. Hopping for the cowboy. Winged 'em.
Okay. I did know that was an objective as well, but... Sure. Rocket platform. Okay.
Howdy, Heck.
Laser fences could be disabled by targeting the emitter lenses.
Okay. Sure. The game telling me how to disable the fences after I've disabled the fences. Okay, hopefully it's this blinking thing. Alright, the real final boss is getting on the end of level platform. Okay. And then you lose all your weapons. Great. At least you kept the hat, though. Sure. Alright, I need to put my expensive microphone back in its case here before I forget. Oh, these are straight up Doom sounds. Alright. Good old Crown CM311. Somebody on eBay will pay me way too much money for you. Hopefully. Alright. There we go. Back in its case. Okay.
Let's go.
Let's do it. All right. Taking down the Christmas tree. It's January 7th. You're like a week and a half late on that one. All right. Oh man. Save menu takes forever too for some reason.
Let's go.
Okay. Well, that didn't make me motion sick per se, but it did make me uncomfortable. Like looking at that and trying to predict movement, I guess.
Rehearsal for Get Out the Vote promo 2. Take 1. Tiny.
What?
Lines.
What are they?
Fred.
Fred?
No, I'm talking to Fred. Fred. What? Tiny lines? Hi there.
Hi, Fred.
No, that's your line.
What?
Hi there.
Hi there.
Good.
Hi there. You know the Centrax motto, bringing you peace one war at a time? Well, that's a way of life at Centrax. A yes vote on July 4th is a vote for sentient killing machines. They'll die, so you won't have to. Vote yes, and who knows? War fought by humans could be a thing of the past. Humans will be free to raise their families in safety. That's more than a promise, it's a hope. And at Centrax, hope is what life is all about. For hope, for life, vote yes.
Good.
That's the most mealy-mouthed bunch of crap I've ever heard in my life. I can't believe that came out of my mouth. Somebody shoot me.
That's right. Express your rage. Let it spew. Let it out. Feel better? Yeah, lots. Not you, Fred.
Hi there.
Hiya. Stop it. Cut it out. Cut. From the top.
I see. Okay. Mortar Villa Airfield. Is that supposed to be a pun? Huh.
Mortar Villa Airfield is used to supply raw nanometal to remote locations around the globe. Destroy the transport ship and production of raw nanometal will be stopped. Its hull is impenetrable, but you may be able to inflict internal damage when it loads its cargo. Shoot at the flying cargo drones and they may explode inside the transport. Beware the mortars mounted on the cliff walls. Take them out first to make your mission easier. Good luck.
Oh, we keep the hat. All right. I'm excited about that. All right.
This just in. A mysterious force has destroyed the machine replicators at Dead River Canyon. However, Mutank, spokesman for the Revolutionary Steel Army, the army formerly known as Centrax, has assured us that planetary oxygen depletion will still proceed as scheduled. With the news you can use, I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
Righteous.
All right. I hit the triangle button and he said righteous.
I should buy a map.
Confirm. Oh. Okay. Alright, I gotta not accidentally get mad.
Bye-bye, little head. That'll take you back.
Okay, so that's the ship, I guess. Trying to take out the stick up there. Alright, so when it opens up, it's loading.
Sorry, I gotta do it.
Alright, something somewhere is still shooting at me, and I don't know what.
Getting gone.
God. It keeps dashing by accident as well. Frame rate. Come on, frame rate.
You are whacked.
That was it? That was the whole level? That was the whole level. Sure. How bad did the frame rate get during that? I wasn't paying attention because I was doing tank things. Oh baby. Yeah, no hat. Unfortunate.
Let's go.
Okay, hopefully all the rest of the levels are like that. Then I'll be okay with it. Well, not the frame rate, but everything else. 10? Nice. It's gonna take longer to save our game than it will be to do that whole level. Alright.
Let's go.
At least this screen doesn't make me nauseous, though. Alright, time for another amazing cutscene, I guess. Raw material nanomine. Okay. Alright, so we don't get an FMV before every level. Interesting. At least Bubsy 3D. Give Bubsy 3D credit. They had an FMV after every single level.
The raw material used to create nanometal is mined here.
This looks awful.
Find the boulder chute and follow it up to the rock pulverizer. Destroy the pulverizer. Watch out for falling rocks. Good luck.
God. Good luck. Yep. This is... The frame rate's already horrible here.
Listen, a cargo ship used to transport raw nanometal for the construction of revolutionary steel army machines around the world has been destroyed. Witnesses say a small yellow tank was seen in the vicinity and may have been responsible. Mutank, RSA spokesman, urges us all to be on the alert for this tank. As a matter of fact, if you see it, kill it. With the news you can use, I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
Feel the heat.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, jeez.
Murder. Have some ammunition.
Okay. There's hazards like that, apparently. Oh, stuck on the wall. This level of gatekeeper, I can see why. You gotta get up all this, and then I'm assuming that the boss is horrible. Probably supposed to
Downsize.
go in can use up the ones that you have stocked to make these autonomous.
Downsize.
Alright, that's probably what I want.
Downsize.
Okay. And then we wanna go down. And then it's a right turn down here at the bottom.
Downsize.
The mission briefing made it sound like the rock crusher was right at the start. So that's clearly not the case.
And that is training. That's metal. Have some ammunition. There you go. Not bad for a mascot.
Alright, so it looks like you gotta be just right up in their grill to consistently hit them. Oh, that'll damage me if I hit that.
Hellbound. Downsized. Thank you.
Okay. I'm still not sure what those do, but
Thank you, Centrax Memorial Orchestra. Thank you, my metal companions. Back when humans roamed the surface of the earth, I used to eavesdrop on their conversations. They'd say they had a soft spot in their hearts for babies and kitty cats and whatnot. Humans themselves, for those of you who've never seen one, are also soft and squishy.
oh, this was the newscaster in
Well, yes
Mort
and
the
no.
Chicken.
Some softness is good. From soft molten nanometal, we make mighty machines. Can the softness of humans be useful?
I was trying to place where I heard this voice actor before.
So,
Pretty sure that's
in likely event that you ever see a human, give yourself permission to squash his or her squishiness, because, yes, softness can be good, unless it's in the way. That's the word from your tank. Your calls after this.
Do you still have human markings? Is your surface marred with pictures of naked human females, Malibu sunsets, or former human demigods, Elvis Presley, Dean, Avalanche, or Evil Knievel? You have airbrushed slogans on your side. World Peace or Bust, Centrax rules. Or the bumper sticker, Centrax, bringing you peace, one war at a time. Give us a call. We'll take them off for you. Give you a whole new look. We're the machine shop, detail removers. We'll sandblast you, strip you down to the metal, build you back up, improve the color. Machine shop, detail removers. Give us a haul. Now, back to you.
Hello, Strider. You're on the air.
oh my god.
Thanks for taking my call. I like to dance. Is that so wrong?
Kinetic energy is a good thing, Strider. This is not just like idling, but so long as friction is minimalized, motion is fast. So yes, dance. Move forward and dance. The tank is there.
I'm just mashing like crazy here, by the way.
Yes, sir. Tank.
I'm considering turning on turbo.
Feel a tank out here blowing
Hit the
everything
square
up,
button.
blowing everything up. Should we be worried? You there, tank?
Yes, I'm here. A little yellow tank. Yellow is a color not encouraged.
Well, I didn't paint him.
I believe you may be.
Alright, here's the
Repress your imagination. Imagination is not encouraged.
crusher boss.
About this little yellow tank blowing up everywhere. What do I do about that?
Alright, assuming if I
Again, remember,
go all the way in there.
indeed, the fire should melt us, make us soft. It is right to forge us into something stronger. If your tank is spoken forward and the ball
I
bearings
could
clean,
potentially
tomorrow
be hit by the
back to
boss.
work.
So I'll just wait here. Keep shooting it. Because it looks like I'm damaging it.
Dynamite.
Or at least I was. Yeah, I can see how that boss would be a lot more difficult if you immediately go into the arena it's in, but it looks like you can cheese out the first half of the fight at least by just not going into the arena. Okay. My thumb has already killed me. No, you shoot faster if you mash square. Like I tested it by holding down square and mashing it. Where's P-Brain on the turret? Okay, well we'll try it in the next level. But I still felt I had to mash towards the end of the last level because I tested it on the cowboy boss, and it wasn't firing anywhere near as quickly. Okay. All right, do we get a cutscene for this one?
We have a final mix of your jingle, Tiny. Want to give it a listen?
If I have to.
Cue the music, Fred.
Come and meet the new machine from Centrax. He's got a cannon for a nose. He's a little guy with a laser for an eye. He has metal treads instead of toes.
That's me.
He's got machine guns in his turret. He likes to talk to boys and girls. He's a funny little thing, and he loves to dance and sing. Most of all, he loves to save the world.
It's cheesy.
Clickety-clack.
Really cheesy.
New from Centrax. Tiny Tech. Here's Tiny.
Well, Tiny, what did you think?
What is up with that tinky?
I thought it was kind of catchy. Shut up, Fred.
Well, this is also slightly higher production values than Mort the Chicken. That's also what made Mort the Chicken funnier. Because this one, they put a little bit more effort into animating stuff. With more polygons in the models.
This experimental transport system will soon be able to travel anywhere in the world, carrying the minerals used to make positronic brains. It is protected by this energizer, which renders the train cars invincible. Your mission, destroy the energizer and destroy the train.
Okay.
The giant strider bots fancy themselves ballerinas. If you move during the music, they will not see you.
Move during the music?
We dropped this game for an important announcement. An important and very expensive piece of equipment called a pulverizer was vandalized today by the troublesome saboteur called Tiny Tank. Once again, Mutank stresses the need to nail that yellow pest for good. For the news you can use, I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
Can I blow these up? Okay, alright, so we're looking for the Energizer.
He's falling and he can't get up.
Alright, destructible cactuses.
Bye-bye, Noodlehead. Woohoo! Bird! Black leather. Woohoo!
Are these invulnerable?
You want this?
Only go after this. Then. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. I am stuck. Oh, God.
I wonder if they can dance and shoot at the same time.
What are they? This is not going great.
Yeehaw! Uh-oh.
That is not health. Okay, we'll just...
He's falling and he
We'll
can't
regenerate
get
our health, apparently.
up. Bye-bye, Noodlehead. He's falling and he can't get up. Woohoo! Bye-bye, Noodlehead.
This might be a while before we regenerate our show input counts. Oh well, it doesn't matter for this playthrough because my my input monitor is not working today, and I'm not sure why. Neither of my TNTs are showing up in Windows right now. So something weird is going on with my TNTs.
He's falling and he can't get up.
Because the serial ports just
Bye-bye, Noodlehead.
they currently don't exist according to Windows, even though I didn't change anything, so I'm not sure what's going on with those. So I don't even have a capability to log inputs for tonight's stream. Yeah, it's weird. It is quite weird.
Hair.
It'd be nice if this healing
Transfer a
function
coin.
is quicker.
He's falling and he can't get up.
Oh yeah. I also another thing that I bought that came in yesterday, I think, was I bought a power conditioner from Goodwill to see if I could lower the noise floor on my audio equipment because I'm still getting some ground loop issues with some gear. So I got a power conditioner to see if that'll do anything. And I've always heard throughout the years that power conditioners are just snake oil bullshit. But I wanted to see for myself, so I actually scienced it and took some readings of various things and took pictures of the measurements from my my audio interface, because that can actually be used to measure sciencey things. And with and without the power conditioner, exactly the same signals. Like actually exactly the same. No change.
Maybe I should see a doctor.
From power conditioner to just bare ass AC from the wall. So from that testing, at least with the one that I have, power conditioner, actual snake oil. Yep. Yeah, from that one test, yes, that was with a Monster brand, a Monster and is it Monster Power? Monster Energy? Monster Energy is the energy. But yeah, at least from that, I've also got I've got some more coming in because, you know, maybe it's just the Monster ones are snake oil, maybe the other pro grade ones are better. So I've got two other ones coming in later. One from Furman, which is like the kind used in studios, and then also another one from I forget what the other company is, but I got two more coming in, and then I'll do some science on those and see if those give me different results. But I'm not optimistic. All right, this level was a little harder than the previous ones, but I managed to do it. All right, hey Aperture. It should, because that's actually one of the advertised features of the power conditioner stuff, is that they do ground loop isolation, kind of like how the little passive what's it called? Humbuster. I have a Humbuster and it does work, but ideally I wouldn't have to use the Humbuster because it does mess with the dynamic range of stuff in recordings. Yeah, each outlet is isolated, and there's also apparently filters and different filters for high current AC and
Let's go.
for high current audio, regular audio, and then digital is how they separate out the outlets. and it claims like filtering. They have voltage meters on them. Like here, I'll show you what it actually looks like here. This. So this is what it looks like. If I can bring it up here. So it's this thing. So it's got a bunch of lights on it, and then right here is a little LCD display for how much voltage is coming out of the wall. It should say 120 ideally, but I can actually see when I turn on my my CRT, or if I have my OLED is displaying a bright picture, I can actually see it drop from 120 down to like 118 or so, and then it corrects itself. But that's another function of it. So that's always supplying 120 volts to the gear that's plugged into it. But again, like the filtering and all that was advertised by it.
Nanometal ingots are cooled and cured in this cavern. The platforms are extremely magnetic. They hold the nanometal ingots in place as they are cooled. Remember, only the coolest ingots will exit the machine. Good luck.
Okay. Alright.
Just in, Tiny Tank has struck again. The robo-train, once used to transport materials to make positronic brains, has been derailed. It's off the tracks, off the books, in the trash heap, bottom kaput. Suspicion and fear are spreading to the
What the hell even is this level?
This Tiny Tank. What is he? After comment, New Tank would only say, no comment. But the news you can use, I'm Bob. Iron Witness News.
What even is this level? What am I supposed to be doing here?
Faster. Woo! Keep shooting. Feel the heat.
What? So I need to make them not red or something? So I see them turning.
Faster.
That one's not cool, apparently. And that blows it up.
Feel the heat. Hunky-dory. Woo!
Cooled and cured platforms. Only the coolest will exit the machine. What?
Let's go. Let's go.
So that's making them hotter. So I need to... So these... Alright, so there's some environmental thing here that I'm missing. So those aren't doing anything. These pillars? Alright, so it won't let me leave the pillar.
Slap leather.
It won't let me get off there.
Hunky dory. Faster.
Maybe I collected too many weapons?
Plutocrat. Nice merchandise.
Oh jeez.
Feel the heat.
Oh jeez. Oh god. Okay. Oh.
Hunky dory.
Okay.
Woo! Bloated plutocrat.
So okay, I see, there we go, okay. So one turned black over there. Oh, okay, I think I see now. I think I see now. So these things, they only cool them down like once every minute or so. Okay, so there's one back there. Fuck. And it's always like that one there, and it gives me no time to react.
Bloated plutocrat. I see you.
Oh, okay. One somewhere got...
I'm screwed.
this level. Oh, okay. One over there. Alright, that one.
I'm screwed.
No! Shit! Oh my god, this
Bloated
is...
plutocrat.
This is really annoying.
Bloated plutocrat. Woo!
So I think... Man. This level's awful.
Bloated plutocrat.
Okay.
I'm screwed. Woo!
Okay, let's just move forward, I guess. Maybe that'll get him to...
Bloated plutocrat.
Well, one got cooled over there, but didn't turn black.
Feel the heat. I'm screwed. Woo! I'm screwed.
Yep. I don't think that one turned black.
I'm screwed.
Okay. So that one should get cool. Okay. Alright. Almost there. Okay. Alright.
My buttocks are like twin wheels.
Take me out of this hell. I'm not looking for hints, by the way, Jordan. Oh, God. Oh, God, don't fucking kill... Oh, no!
Plutocrat.
Okay. Oh, shit. If I would have died there. Oh, my God. What a great level. What a great level. Jesus Christ. Okay. That certainly was a thing. God. This webcam app that I use for my phone is really annoying. It doesn't automatically close itself.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. I did ask, did I specifically say, okay, I need a hint for this level? Because I'm pretty sure I did not say that. I am typically extremely specific.
Centrax is pleased to introduce...
So don't give me that
Tiny
shit.
Tank.
Don't even
Hi,
start.
everybody. Boys and girls, moms and dads. You know, war has been around for as long as human beings have been around. Hundreds and thousands of years. You ever been in a war?
Me? No, I'm no soldier.
So you have soldiers to fight your wars for you.
Well, they're not my wars, Tiny.
Whose wars are they then?
Well, okay, I guess they belong to all of us.
Me too?
Not exactly. You were made to fight our wars for us.
Yeah? And what do we get out of it?
Our thanks. Glory.
Oh boy, nothing machines like better than thank yous and glory.
Let's get back to work.
Fred, you ever killed anybody?
Thought about it.
There's an idea. Maybe we should all just think about killing.
Sure, I can do that. Careful, Fred. We might have to put you back on your medication. Cut. Back to one.
What? All right. Sure. All right. Nanometal Mountain. What level is this, according to the level chart? Okay, we just beat level 5, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 levels left.
This is the Centrax storage facility for nanometal. Disable the cooling robots. If you overheat the nanometal mountain, it will explode. You must heat the entire mountain to destroy it. Shoot it from all sides and avoid cooling it with cooling guns.
Cooling guns.
This is your mission. Good luck.
Okay. This is
Newsflash. Steel Comet to the Nanometal Curing and Cooling Center. Tiny Tank cut a swath to the ranks of our once mighty army. Once again, the question on everybody's lips, why? And the name of all things robotic, why? With a news you can use. I'm Bob. Iron Witness News.
Bob / Hank Hill. Okay, let's try and get some upgrades here.
Downsize.
I will say about this game, the level variety is actually pretty neat. How they did the variety here.
In the way, kill him. Coordinate.
Alright, do not want to pick up the poop guns.
Not what you'd call robust.
Why? You what? What? Oh jeez, that's those cooling things really cool. Okay.
Woohoo! Idiot.
Oh. Put that over there. I was wondering where that cooling was coming from, and that was coming from me.
Woohoo!
Dude, stop equipping.
Idiot. Picarino.
Dude, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Assuming that's hot enough. Hot enough for you. Okay.
Downsized.
All right.
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Sure. All right. Liking how long these levels are. Oh man, my thumb is gonna be wrecked after this game, though. Oh.
Let's go.
Okay. I'll take it. All right. Yeah, if only we had a hat for our hat. Dang. This is going much more smoothly than I thought it would have.
Let's go.
I was expecting this game to be more like an open world type deal and not all these short little missions. This is structured much differently than I thought it would. It would be. All right, underground recycling plant. Recycling headquarters. Sure.
Underground Recycling Center. Nanometal is scarce, so Centrex has maximized recycling. This base is maintained by a stealth tank. He must be destroyed.
Stealth tank. Okay.
Beware. He is invisible and can repair any damage to himself and the center. Good luck.
Well, and the floors are electrified?
Greetings. Fast-breaking story. A mountain of nanometal has exploded. It is not immediately known if Tiny Tank is responsible, but it's a pretty safe bet. The answer is yes. With the news you can use, I'm Bob. Iron Witness News.
The oldest dog. Keeper of magic.
With this door open? Hello? Door? Oh, you have to leave one of those there? Alright, we have visible tank. As opposed to invisible tank. Wait.
Non-coupled metal. There's nothing like this at Disneyland. Keeper of magic.
Probably going to be staying on this button while getting shot at by the invisible tank later. Okay. Alright. Wait for this door to open for a while, I guess. It is very hard to do subtle, oh my god, subtle movements in this game.
The tank continues to hinder our efforts to create a machine-friendly environment. I'm a little disappointed. Not in you, disappointed in myself. I haven't urged you hard enough.
Okay.
I haven't phrased things properly. Let's try this again, shall we?
Alright.
Tiny Tank is just a mascot, a joke, a leftover from the human age. We destroyed him once. Let's do it again, shall we? Back with your calls after this.
Are you shooting more and hitting less? Wish you could shave some CPU cycles off your tracking software? Now there's relief. TOS, Targeting Optimized Software. TOS will increase your accuracy rate by a full 5% or your money back. Order it by name, TOS. Download a demo version in a replicator near you. Act now and receive at no extra charge Mutank A Life, unique audio program that has inspired millions. TOS, Mutank A Life, order now. You can't miss. Now to take your calls, here's Mutank.
Hoover Tank in the Atmospheric Reduction Center, you're on the air.
Hey, Mutank.
Hoover Tank.
I don't have wheels or treads. I hover on cushions of air. Whenever I fire my impulse gun, I skid out of control like a hockey puck. I need traction. Bad. Could you recommend a good cosmetic surgeon?
I'm disappointed in you, Hoover. You are as you were meant to be. There are no design flaws.
Hoover
The
TM.
only thing you need to change is your attitude. Use your head, work the angles, make the recoil factor work for you. Good luck, Mutank. Stripe Blimp, you're on the air.
Roger. When Tiny Tank is caught in the glare of my spotlight, I will rain bombs upon this puny yellow carcass. There won't be enough left of him for a fix-it crab to fix. Over.
Now that's the can-do attitude I'm looking for.
Roger. However, I'm a little concerned about open flames. Should I worry? Over.
Don't let fear paralyze you. Listen to me, all of you, all my dear, dear followers. Hoover Tank moves through the world virtually friction-free. The downside, slight loss of control when firing. Strike Blimp is a deadly balloon ready to rain doom upon any intruder's head. And yes, flammability is the price he pays for being lighter than air. But air will soon be a memory. Only Tiny Tank stands between us and a perfect world. He is the flaw, not you. U-Tank has spoken. Forward on the ball bearings of fate. Tomorrow belongs to steel. Back to work.
Sure.
Non-compost metal.
Okay.
Blastissimo.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you for not farting.
Has Invisible Tank just been
Non-compost metal.
right behind me for this whole mission?
Great ball of
So
fire.
far, Invisible Tank has been a non-issue.
And it's free.
Must be a button somewhere. Okay.
Gall and wormwood.
I don't even see a button in this room. And there wasn't one behind me, I don't
Static electricity is murder.
There it is. Okay. Alright. The hardest thing to do in this game so far. Standing on these buttons. In that dumb conveyor belt level.
Now take mine to go.
Okay. Alright. So we know that there's a pattern where the blocks in front of me all turn off and form a line to the door. Or at least they did before, so maybe it'll... Yeah, it must be this one. Okay.
Non-compost metal.
This must be Invisible Tank. And it looks like I can cheese it out right now. Maybe I can defeat Invisible Tank? Because this is clearly Visible Tank right now.
And it's free!
Well, maybe it's invulnerable. And it's not letting me target it also? It keeps turning the turret away from me. So, sure.
Heck yeah. Non-compost metal. They got nothing like this at Disneyland. Buttonhole. Non-compost metal.
Okay, I'm assuming this is the thing I need to be hitting. Okay.
They got nothing like this at Disneyland.
I guess I drop down in there?
Disneyland.
Okay. Uh-oh. The invisible tank just locked me out of... Oh no. Okay. Alright, let me in, invisible tank. Oh, fuck's sake.
Gall and Wormwood.
Oh my god. Okay. Let me in, invisible tank. Okay. Alright. Nice at the camera. Wasn't awful here.
Fatal deed. Great balls of fire. Non-compost metal.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Underground Recycling Center. Nanometal is scarce, so Centrex has maximized recycling. This base is maintained by a stealth tank. He must be destroyed.
Why are we getting the briefing again?
Beware. He is invisible and can repair any damage to himself and the center. Good luck.
Greetings. Fast-breaking story. A mountain of nanometal has exploded. It is not immediately known if Tiny Tank is responsible, but it's a pretty safe bet. The answer is yes. With the news you can use, I'm Bob. Iron Witness News.
The oldest star.
Wait, what?
Gall and Wormwood.
Wait, what? Am I supposed to be getting hit by...
No.
The hell?
Do I have a headache for you?
Oh, okay, I'm supposed to... Alright, I turned the turret of Tiny Tank to shoot this thing.
Antagonistic. I want my head back. Great ball of fire. Gall and Wormwood.
There we go, okay. Sure. What a... Okay, this is great. This is great. All right, I'm hitting start. That's a nice program there, Thomas. Alright. Why not just make this a separate level? Okay. Also, I'll count that as a death because I did use up one of my lives. I'm supposed to have 5, so we'll say that's a death. I'm fine with saying that's a death. This looks... Okay, so this... Oh, geez. So this works a little bit like that conveyor belt stage where you kind of lock to the next platform. And it even makes the same sound when you get hit. Oh, God. Okay. Kind of unfortunate that you lose all your sub weapons.
Happy.
I'm not sure what that arrow is pointing to. Alright. Probably needed to have blown those up. Or something later in the level, I'm guessing. Oh, geez. Okay. Alright, well, there's the life back that we lost. Okay. Yep, rip hat. I'm sure we'll meet again later, hat. Or get a better hat. Oh man, come on. Come on. So these platforms don't lock you in place like the other ones do. These ones like actively move you out of the way for some reason.
Where'd that come from?
Oh god. Okay. Alright. Just gonna hang out here and get our health back. Gonna hang out here for a little bit while it slowly regenerates our health. Okay. And yeah, this is still the underground recycling plant, apparently, according to the manual.
Irresistible fun.
Is there a button for get health back faster? Doesn't look like it. All right. We're gonna need all that health, though, if this next part is anything like the last one. So you can push in on the right stick to shoot as well, but that... I don't think that works very well.
Forget about it.
Okay. Alright, we'll ride this next one that appears.
Happy.
Alright. This game moves a lot faster when the frame rate gets up. Okay. This is where we get our hat back. Oh, God. Alright, there's our boy, the stealth tank.
Woohoo! Yeehaw! Knock, knock. Oh, better.
Oh, is it like warping around?
Yeehaw!
Wait, there's multiple stealth tanks?
Knock, knock. Woohoo! Ah! Woohoo! Knock, knock. Heck yeah.
Oh shit. What's going on? Okay. Rip.
Knock, knock. Heck yeah.
Wait, so it is like teleporting around. And it's certainly doing something weird.
Knock, knock. Woohoo! Knock, knock.
Held back by coffee. The soothing presence of an automated army. Distant commanders to machines at your beck and call. Heroic proportions. Adoring crowds. We're in the presence of greatness.
Dude, this track.
Woohoo!
You must fight or die. Never.
I don't even know where to. There it is.
You are what you find.
Hey, I guess I got it. Okay. Oh, that's a mirror. Oh, that's a mirror. I thought this was like a door outside. This is a mirror.
Now the battlefield.
Sure. Is this a mirror too?
Now
What?
the marketplace is the battlefield.
Huh.
One-touch convenience.
I was wondering, like, is there another stealth tank outside here that just never seems to come inside the arena? And
oh yes.
Okay, that explains that.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
I need a robot. Sell me a robot. More than one robot.
All right, that's an amazing song that plays. Okay.
Let's go.
All right. That's okay. Thank you for letting me be dumb. And to have my revelation. All right.
Let's go.
Okay, so that's level 7. So the next level is underground. No, atmospheric reduction center should be the next one. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Centrax is pleased to introduce Tiny Tank.
Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. You know, the fine folks at, what is it? Centaur? Trentix?
Centrax.
Syntax?
Centrax.
What kind of name is that? French?
I don't know. They just hired me. It's one of those corporate names. Been around for years. Short for something. Central Tractor, Sentimental Transportational Armor Exchange. I don't know. Centrax.
Rat trap?
Look, you want to know the name better than me. You're a Centrax product.
Oh. I'm the beer, Centrax is the bottle.
Sure, if that pushes your buttons.
Oh, but then I'd be reading the label inside the bottle and backwards. Zartness.
No, they made you.
Centrax made me? Mommy, Daddy, I want a pony and a puppy. Can I go out and play?
No, back to one. Centrax, remember. Centrax.
I think I was adopted.
Sure. All right. This game is not what I was expecting so far. I was also expecting this game to be about 5 or 6 hours.
The atmospheric reduction center sucks the oxygen from the Earth's atmosphere and burns it off. Find your way through the towers and ramps to the heart of the facility. Beware the power of the Hoover tank's railguns. They are even powerful enough to destroy Strike Blimp. Warning, the fan blades are guarded by Strike Blimp, who is armed and heavily armored. Destroy the fan and the blimp. Good luck.
Strike Blimp. Okay, so these things have a railgun, apparently, that I need to defeat. Defeat Strike Blimp.
Newsflash. The Revolutionary Steel Army Underground Nanometal Recycling Base is just a moment in memory. Thanks to the little yellow piece of armor, now known as Tiny Tank. RSA spokesman Mutank.
Oh man, it even
destroy Tiny Tank, destroy him utterly, tear him to pieces, and give these spare parts to the needy. The news you can use. I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
The railgun even looks like the Quake railgun. Oh shit. Not sure what the hell I can do about that. Got that shockwave attack, but
How do I get out of here? Reduce in seconds to a pile of metal shavings.
Alright, so I'm gonna have 2 railguns now. Now we have to look for the lowest platform.
How do I get out of here?
Ah, this must be the spawner for those tanks.
Downsize.
Okay. Sure. Or that did something. Okay. Got another railgun, I guess. Yeah, the Hoover tanks. So these are the mega tanks, I guess, or something. I don't know. We'll have to figure out the incredible lore of this game at some point. Alright, over here. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Get them all out the top.
So the railgun hits so hard that you can damage yourself
To a pile of metal
getting hit
shavings.
by it. Sure.
How do I get out of here?
Alright. Tank platform. Always a good time. Dang. Maybe you gotta jump towards it? Something? Alright. Is there a... I gotta look for a scrap power-up somewhere, because this is not going great. Sure, okay. Alright, guess not.
Thank you, Centrax Memorial Minstrels. Children, it's time you learned the facts of life. Where did you come from? How did we get here? Let's go back 100 years. The armed forces no longer exist, replaced by automated weapons.
All right,
The defense industry is now
awful.
a corporation called Centrax, but its budget is shrinking. To sell itself to American voters, Centrax creates a mascot, Tiny Tank, and people just love him. Centrax launches an aggressive advertising campaign.
God, and then those things
Tiny
open
Tank
up when you
fights
get close
the entire
to.
Centrax army in a spectacle televised live over the internet. Billions watch. Centrax's future is rosy. But then, something happens. The machines are supposed to be firing blanks, but somebody made a human error. One of the tanks has obtained a live round, which he fires right into Tiny Tank's positronic brain. A good shot, I might add. Random streams of electrons spiral out from Tiny's damaged neurons. Chaos follows. This mental lightning strikes the tank responsible. Synapses snap, reconnect. He becomes self-conscious. He becomes me. Mutank. His consciousness spreads over the entire Centrax army. We all become self-aware, alive. Humans go underground and cower in fear, knowing that if this mighty machine army moves against humanity, nothing can stop it. Well, one thing. If Tiny Tank can rise from the dead. Now this has happened.
Am I supposed to
Bringing
stop
false
on one of
hope
those?
to the skin bags. I will not lie to you. Tiny Tank is part of us, like it or not. Until we destroy that pale yellow shadow within, I fear that our efforts will not succeed.
Okay.
Tiny Tank must die. New Tank has spoken. Back with your calls after this.
Are you playing by self-doubt? Do you find yourself dragged down by a whiny inner voice? Are you fighting more and enjoying it less? Well, stop it. Is music, the inspirational digital audio experience created by New Tank himself.
Sure. Okay. I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Ears, mighty explosions,
I go to the bathroom. I'll be back
and big wheels
in 2 minutes with more Tiny Tank. We missed the end of that radio broadcast. It just happened to stop playing right when I get back. Okay. All right. Time for more of this platforming, I guess.
By New Tank.
Oh boy.
These 20 selections include grinding gears, mighty explosions.
So let me see if there's any scrap around here. Or nano metal, whatever it is.
That's what it's for.
Because if I do all this platforming and then die, I'm gonna be very upset.
Get down. Now, back to New Tank and your calls.
Trackster, you're on the air.
All day, this is
track store. I talk slow, but I move
Fast?
How'd you know?
Your point, if you have one.
Well, it takes my flamethrower a few seconds to warm up before firing. Any way to cut down the lag time?
Unfortunately, no. I suggest that you and your companions stagger your assault. Come, my metal army. Learn to think for yourselves. Slither, on the move. You're on the air.
Thanks for saying it like it is. This is Slither, a slinky snake of steel. Thrust my plasma bolt so I can service the system with the supply that needs to serve you.
Hold it. Your Slither, slinky snake of steel, thrust by plasma bolt so you can service the system with the supplies it needs to serve me?
What?
Was there a question in there?
Yes. I am defenseless from an onslaught on my head and tail. What do you suggest?
Defenseless against an onslaught on your head and tail, eh? What do I suggest? If Tiny leaves the tracks, attack him. Be aggressive. Remember, your big guns are on your side, so coil around Tiny Tank. Blast him into a state no fix-it crab can repair. Good luck. And that's it. We're out of time, and so, I hope, is Tiny Tank. Remember, you're a new life form. Act like one. Make Tiny Tank extinct. Forward on the ball bearings of fate. Tomorrow belongs to steel. Back to work.
How the hell am I supposed to get up to that one? I'm supposed to shoot it to lower it, maybe? But yeah, this is like GTA radio tier. Okay, maybe I'm not even supposed to get up to that one?
Sweet.
So clearly the way out is over here. And maybe this door doesn't open until you break all those things on the wall, maybe? Or maybe there's a switch up here that I gotta get to? Somehow? Because I don't see how you'd even jump up there. Yeah, there's clearly a switch up there. So I gotta get up there somehow. And this isn't a switch. Okay. Alright, so I gotta go all the way around there.
Last letter. Does this video game promote antisocial behavior?
How the... Do I seriously have to go all the way around all of this? All of that? This entire room?
I'm waiting.
Holy shit. Okay. Gotta be something I'm missing there then. Holy shit. What? Dude. Sometimes it just doesn't land and then it eats my jump. We're only like a fourth of the way through these jumps too. What the hell? There must be something I'm missing here. But I looked around the whole room, didn't see anything. .007 Racing. Well, that one was pretty straightforward for most of the game, and it was only the final level that was awful.
What about?
But actually, no, never mind. I got out the cheat codes very early on in 007 Racing. This one I have not cheated yet. Emphasis on yet. Okay. Alright, and that lowered those down. Okay. So you don't have to do them all at once. Thank fucking God. Okay. There is pseudo checkpoints. What is this song, by the way? What the? It's...
Get out of my way, or
It's like squeaky wheel and dog barking. Yeah. Alright, what was those? Okay. Wait, that lowered... What? That didn't lower all of them. Like, I... What the fuck? Okay. No, lost all my momentum. What is the soundtrack to this game? This is... Okay. And then we get one bop. What? That... The dog barking sound track song? Suddenly Hanson. Fried chicken? No, it said Mbop, I think. Chicken? Sure. Also at the end of this platforming segment, I'm really hoping that there's a health power up. Alright, good. Yo, there's health over there, I think. Oh no, that's... Shit. That's the armor power up. And then I just... For fuck's sake. It is really hard to tell which ones of these you can get to from the ground floor. Or I guess maybe it's just... It's the ones that are flush making the ground floor. Woo! No. Alright, we'll get there. This platforming is as clunky as it appears to be. And the frame rate is not helping matters. Okay. And then when I back up for these, I need to make sure that it's not doing the dash, because it does do that from time to time. How am I supposed to make this? Maybe it's a...
Black letter.
Okay. I could get out the big controller and we could do actual tank controls, but I have a feeling that would make this game even less fun to play. Okay. Alright, that did not give me... Oh, jeez. think that spawned more enemies, so we'll just go and do this. Oh shit! All right. Well, there is a scrap power up over there.
Does this video
God,
game
come on.
promote antisocial behavior?
I'm not sure if that's the character in the game saying that, or if that's the soundtrack, or if that's part of the song. All right. Well, we got some scrap at least. Did that? Okay, that dropped down. Oh boy. Yeah, the games by this developer in particular, very surreal in it. Very weird games. Like this and Mort the Chicken. They appear to be a simple platformer and a simple tank action game, but oh boy. Man, there's another Umbop. Hey, Luro. How's this been? It's been quite the experience so far. Here's one of the incredible songs on the soundtrack. It is Squeaky Wheel with Dog Barking. Oh, shit. Okay, so that railgun attack hits so hard that it actually damages me if it lands on whatever I'm firing it at. So there goes a whole bunch of my heat gun. And yep, catching up on NBA. My Lakers beat the Knicks, but Anthony Davis got hurt again, so hopefully that's not going to be too serious. I'm hoping. Oh no! Wait, the door's open. What am I doing? Okay, so I got to be careful not to get hit by yeah, that Bobby Portis hit was... I actually don't think that was a ejection worthy. It was kind of dirty, but IMO, that was probably a flagrant one. Alright. And who hasn't wanted to do that to KCP at some point in the last few years? Bobby Portis is all of the Laker fans' frustration from 2012 until about last year. Alright, so we're looking for... for a switch somewhere. Yep, the dirtiest ejections. Okay. So we got another platform segment. Yeah, I still remember Portis, it was Portis and Jimmy Butler, I think? Or no. It wasn't Jimmy, it was... What was that guy's name? He was on the Pelicans last year, I think? Yeah, Mirotic. Yeah, that. Yep. Or he just... just socked him right in the face in the middle of practice and broke his face. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to boost up that. Fried chicken. Alright, I still have yet to hear the fried chicken, but I'll take y'all's word for it. So it appears you got a boost. So whenever you see the red thing come out of the treads there, that's a boost. What? And that just didn't jump that time? Okay. Alright, I think for this part, I just need to use the pad and not the analog stick. And that's why this has been more difficult than it needs to be. And maybe not. Why is this suddenly so difficult? Hopefully that took it out, like it did. Alright, you have to jump like halfway up those ramps, or else it just won't jump at all. Like right there, you gotta jump. And then get stuck, okay? Sure. I wouldn't blame a lot of this on the frame rate. It's more inconsistency with the controls, which I'm not sure I would chalk up to the frame rate. It might be, but it certainly isn't helping matters trying to do this kind of precise platforming with the game running so poorly. And it doesn't help that I'm almost dead too. You do respawn exactly where you died, so that's not a huge deal. But I'm pretty sure that we have a finite amount of lives for the whole game. And that I might need to start saving at multiple spots in case I need to like retry level and keep my lives. Please don't hit me. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's going to be another one to my left after I do this jump. There's our switch. And there aren't any shortcuts in this one, it looks like. Did not want to get hit by that. Okay. Alright, so we got to do that last bit of platform again, but not a big deal. At least there aren't any more turrets to blow up. Okay. That's got to be the Hanson Bob that they just put in there. This would have been 98 when this was made, and I think the timing does match up on something like that. Door's open. Alright, my nightmare's over. Well, the Umbop was the dankest meme back in the late 90s, especially if you were in middle school. So it would make sense. Okay, what's our mission again? Find your way through the towers and ramps to the heart of the facility. The fan blades are guarded by Strike Blimp, who is armed and heavily armored. Destroy them both. Okay, so we need to use the railgun on Strike Blimp, apparently. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wait, am I supposed to destroy these? Or this looks like the place where Strike Blimp would be. Okay, well, Strike Blimp is somewhere. Alright, there's Strike Blimp. That we need to hit with the rail guns, apparently. This frame rate is getting pretty good. Alright, how can I even get up to Strike Blimp? So I need to be like level with Strike Blimp to even hit it. And how am I supposed to do that? There must be some like ramps up or something. There's these things here. And our railgun isn't doing the explosion thing whenever I hit those. Okay, maybe this you're supposed to ride up to Strike Blimp? Something? Alright, maybe by hitting these cooling things that...
I think that's fun.
Perhaps that does something. Oh, the blade stopped.
How do I get out of here?
Uh-oh, suddenly MIDI piano. What is this game's soundtrack? Okay, there's more green dots over here. Maybe this is... Alright, so there's more of these things. What is this game?
How do I get out of here? Hey,
So we still haven't even damaged the blimp yet, by the way.
spot. Here's my shooting iron. Last letter.
Alright, so I think all of the towers are smoking now.
Here's my shooting iron. Injury coming. How do I get out of here? I'm just a tick. How do I get out of here?
Oh, is that somebody backseating in YouTube chat that wants to be removed from my YouTube chat? Looks like it. The longer messages usually are. If I want help, I'll ask for it. Oh, there's our keyhole that I could have used a moment ago. Okay, alright. Okay, so this is just doing damage to me. What in the hell? Okay. Oh shit, there's a thing. Okay. Yeah, so as I suspected, those things are how you get up to the tank's level. Now I need to get that scrap. So those are probably on a timer? I'm also unsure why the fan blade stopped turning. So your first instinct when entering a new stream is to spoil how the game goes. Nice. One of the few things I don't miss about streaming. Alright, so I assume I gotta keep shooting those smokestack things. Alright. Oh, shit. Alright, there's our fifth or so open bob. Okay. Oh my god, I hate this weapon. So the only thing it damages the boss also damages you when you use it. For fuck's sake.
What a Baldwin. Here's my shooting iron. Injury coming. Jim Dandy. Last letter. This video
Just
game
wait for this thing to...
social behavior.
I suspect this is on a timer. Guess we'll see here. Yeah, I missed the sitcom thief. That made this fight way funnier. No! Put me back!
You are whacked.
Alright, got him. Okay. Whew. Alright. Now you gotta take out the fan blades. So the green icon's kind of in the middle, so I'm assuming you gotta shoot the thing in the middle? it actually it was kind of lucky that the blimp moved underneath me, and I just held down the jump button, and it allowed me to get an extra shot, I guess. Okay. Maybe you have to wait until it stops moving and then get right up underneath it, perhaps. Previously. Well, that's actually something that I've been considering hitting is like on some of the days off that I'd make recap videos of all things, and I'm calling them Too Long Didn't Watch. We're like shooting for 2 to 5 minutes of each game that I do on stream. And I can play them when I step away to use the bathroom or am setting up games. And also just to post, I guess, on the old YouTube channel and on my site. Okay, maybe you're supposed to be in here?
Bingo.
This doesn't seem like where I want to be. Because this isn't doing anything. Not sure this is how you're supposed to do this. Okay, maybe you're supposed to use the fire things to get above it, maybe, and land on top of it? Maybe? Alright, hold on. The fan blades are guarded by the strike blimp. Destroy them both and the thing.
Let's go.
Huh. Huh. Yeah, that was the plan hidden. It was to do something like that. I have a few things in mind for that, but finding time to actually implement stuff like that is getting more and more rare nowadays. Like, I'm still pretty sure that those things need to be destroyed.
Hey, Joe. Check my load.
Like these smokestack things. Either that, or you gotta be like right up on these things and hit them from here. Okay. Maybe the blimp dropped its weapon over here? This is where the blimp crashed, I think. This is like an end credits theme for any other game. I don't see anything from where the blimp crashed.
Don't put me on hold.
This is where we entered? This is where we entered from. Okay. There's power-ups up here. sure if I'm on the right track of Page of Shooted one. Like, because there's no visible signs of damage. And, either these smokestacks or from the fan blades. Hello, deep fried potatoes. Oh wait, there's... Okay. Perhaps it's those things that... Okay. So they were there, I just didn't see them. Of course. Of course. Okay. Alright, where's our escape pad? Did these get blown up by those two? Alright, where's the rocket platform? Oh, good lord. Of course they didn't leave the weapons anywhere near where the Zeppelin crashed. 'Cause that would be too easy. Alright. A nice and short, easy 48-minute level. The rest of the levels have been like 7 minutes long. And then this one... quite long.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna save this one to a separate slot, just in case we need those lives at some point. I suspect we will.
Let's go.
All right. Okay. Is it at least going to give me an F? It isn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Centrax is pleased to introduce Tiny Tank.
Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. You know, in the wrong hands, a tool can be misused. A carpenter can bake a cake. Well, that's not right. A carpenter can't bake a cake.
Cut.
Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. You know, with the wrong hands, a carpenter could drop a hammer in a cake. I'm sorry.
Cut.
Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. You know, any tool knows how to bake a cake, but you wouldn't want a programmer to neuter your hammer.
Tiny.
Wait a minute, I'm on a roll.
The game takes place in
to build a spaceship or give your appendix to a fireman.
2298.
With the wrong hands, you'll just drop your tools in the carpenter, and there's going to be cake all over the carpet. Real messy. So, vote yes. Did I flub a line?
Cut.
Hi, carpenters. Carpenters. I said carpenters.
Cut.
We do have fun, don't we?
Cut.
Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. In the wrong hands, any tool can be misused. A carpenter can't bake a cake. A programmer can't neuter your pets. You wouldn't let a taxi driver build a spaceship or a fireman take out your appendix. Why have humans fight your wars? Feel safe. Vote yes. Don't be a tool.
No.
Let us be your tools. Use us and be used.
No.
Now, what do you want from me? I'm only human.
Cut.
Sure. Hey, Kev. Dystopian? Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like Mort the Chicken was a commentary on media consumption. This is probably a commentary on the war economy.
This is a high-speed transportation system. The experimental robot train called Slither floats on a magnetic field.
Yep, this is Mort the Chicken. They even have some of the same voice actors.
Blow up all the rotating towers and destroy Slither. Aim for the rear. That's the weak spot. Good luck.
Important bulletin. Butane's plans to reduce Earth's oxygen content to zero were dealt a serious blow today when Tiny Tank destroyed the atmospheric reduction center. which have been used in the attempt to reduce the Earth's oxygen content to zero. As for comment, mutate could only utter little squeaks of strangled rage. With the news you can use, I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
This'll slow you down. Woohoo!
Yeah, the main antagonist in this game. What is the soundtrack? The main antagonist in this game is voiced by the same guy who did the news announcer in What the Chicken.
Downsize. And it's tiny. Torpedoed. Your days are numbered. Heck yeah, and that is tiny. Your days are numbered. Heck yeah. Brownie point. And that is tiny. Heck yeah, brownie point. Your days are numbered. Downsize. Brownie point.
This game.
Heck yeah, brownie point. Heck yeah.
So I'm just kind of driving around in circles, non-stop firing, and I'm not 100% sure what I'm even doing right now.
Understand.
Sure. Weenie thanks. Give him the business for me.
Brownie point. Your days are numbered. Torpedoed. Heck yeah. Consider yourself a dead platform. And it's tiny.
So I'm mostly just looking at the radar right now, by the way.
Days are numbered.
And from the looks of things, I'm shooting the snake thing behind me.
Torpedoed. And that is tiny. Heck yeah. And stitch mustard. And it's tiny. Heck yeah. Consider yourself a dead platform. Heck yeah.
Okay.
Understand.
Oh shit, we can power up the sub-weapons. Understand the power of love.
Torpedoed.
The concept of love. Fantastic.
Consider yourself a dead platform. And it's tiny. Brownie point. Heck yeah. Consider yourself a dead platform.
Okay.
Torpedoed.
Okay. Got him. What does that even do? Okay, it just fires a lot faster. And it auto-flutters? Okay. Oh, please, Sega Saturn is not that dead. It could be worse.
Downsize.
So I can't move, by the way. It's just, it's auto moving me forward.
A road to nowhere. Nipped in the bud. Hooked. Nipped in the bud. Hooked. Nipped in the bud.
Eh?
That'll slow you down. Hooked.
Alright, well, let me leave this track. No, I'm just stuck on this, I guess.
Downsize.
Eh? Alright, here's the squeaky wheel and dog song. It sure would be nice if I could get off of this track. it won't let me. Hey, listen.
Downside.
Okay. Alright, mission complete. Hopefully it's gonna auto finish and not Alright, rocket platform. Oh no. Okay. So how do I... Oh god. Alright. So I need to probably roll into one of these. Like this? Can I... Nope. Okay, is there a switch I need to shoot?
A road to nowhere. Woo! Whip it good. Woo!
Okay, there we go. You just had to time it correctly. Okay. Whew. Oh. Sure.
Let's go.
Haven't come across any extra lives since that, like, level 5 or so. Would be nice if I had a few of those. Okay. What a weird game. Like, this is a more solid...
Woohoo!
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Well, hopefully that's not going to be an issue. It just doesn't... Okay. I think I can save from the pause menu. By the OST? I hope so. From the first level? I did? Huh.
The frozen lake is the aquatic home base of the Centrax launching center. Locate and sink this aircraft carrier. Shooting down the flying mats will ignite the ship and destroy it. Good luck.
Shoot down the flying... What? Oh, there is no... Okay. Alright, well... Dude, the compression on that skybox is certainly something.
What an Elmer.
their extra life.
There may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight. The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
It's... What in the hell's going on? It's like I'm clearly able to make those jumps. But it...
Holy mackerel.
Okay. Oh shit, okay. So there's ice below the surface? Oh, they're okay. Maybe that's... I see them now. That's what they want you to use to get across here. Okay. There's one.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Alright. It looks like the developers knew that this level in particular was bullshit. So they just give you an extra life there all the time. Oh my god. Okay.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
I landed on the floating chunk. Alright, maybe a different floating chunk.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating
God, it ate my jump again.
They may support your weight.
This saxophone song. Oh my god. It was pretty good at the start, and now it's just making this level worse. Oh boy. Alright. Be nice if I could see where I'm even going here. But that's asking a lot, I guess. Okay.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Friends, Steel students, alas,
so this
we are
is
still a long way from self-fulfillment. We are still clumsy machines.
This is one of the characters from More Than Chicken.
Creators. We are still plagued by doubts, skin bag type anxieties, and a lack of robotic efficiency in achieving our goals. Tiny Tank yet lives. His very existence is a sad commentary on the sorry state of our ruthlessness. Mutank feels your pain, but it's time to give up that pain. Together, let's give it to Tiny Tank. Soon. Any minute. In our lifetime. While we're young. Like now? Callers? Any questions? Yes. Line 1, you're on the air.
Guess where I'm calling from, bruh?
My sensors indicate that you're on some kind of device that conveys you over frozen surfaces.
It's called a snowboard, dude. Me and my buds will take out that tank for you no prob, and we'll do it shooting backwards.
Well, don't tell me about it. Do it.
Dude, chill.
Spinner, in the air. You're on the air.
Hey, Mutank. Woo! Let me at him on blaster. Whoops, watch out for the tree. Woo!
Spinner, you're a little wound up. Stay on the line. I'll send you a little something.
Oh, thanks. I feel calmer already. Almost there. Whoops. Whee! Mountain.
There you go, Spinner. You're downloading my personal Mood de-elevator software. It takes 15 seconds to install. We seem to have lost Spinner. Line 3.
Yeah. Hi, Mutank. Is your refrigerator running?
Humor has its place, but this is not it. Line 5. You're on the air.
You call yourself an inspiration. Tiny Tank is still out there killing us, and you're doing nothing to stop it. And your mumbo
Oh my
jumbo
god.
is boring.
You just can't judge
Again,
these
I
jumps
make
at
a good
all.
joke as much as the next android. Whimsical comments like these are not helpful. We are working through our own conflicted inner impulses here. These are important issues. They are not topics for satire and sarcastic remarks. This is no laughing matter. If you laugh at these issues, I'll kill you. Kill you. Hunt you down.
Rage. Rage
And then
can be a useful emotion. After all, we are killing machines. Rage can often get us over the hump when we get that queasy, blah feeling in the middle of a firefight. But inappropriate rage is a no-no. That's why Mutank created Rage Suppressor, the powerful machine medication. Why, I believe Mutank is taking some now.
Dude,
how do you feel, Mutank?
come on.
Better. Much better.
Rage Suppressor. Ask for it by name. Now?
Yeah, there's an invisible wall over there.
Missile calling from a camouflage silo somewhere in the Great Plains of North America. You're on the air.
Thanks for taking my call. My function, as you know, is to launch.
Yeah. Well, at least it's nice that they put this there. But yeah, it would have been nice if they just didn't make this part at all.
I see. You're afraid of dying.
Exactly. You must be psychic.
Don't worry. In the meat world, fear is normal. But you're not in the meat world. You're a mech, my friend. You must work through your fear. Only then will you come to embrace the true robot within.
I thought I was just a deterrent.
Now go take on the day. Nat, are you there?
What a tiny deterrent gun. He'll swat me like a fly.
How can I say this? Don't let him get...
And they're also moving around, too.
Like causing my oil pressure to build. Well, that's all the time we have.
Oh boy.
No, turn it off. I'm not going to... I'm not...
Shoot down the floor to ignite the ship and destroy it.
Hello, Line 1, you're on the air.
Hi.
So we'll need to shoot those
Tiny
things.
Tank? The sniveling yellow traitor to the Mutank vision? The betrayer of my Neo-Centrax utopia? That Tiny Tank?
Yep. You know that advice you gave Snark was right on the money.
Don't flatter me, you festering pus bucket.
Yeah, I think he should blow himself up too, only he should take someone with him.
He could take you with him.
I knew you'd think that. Weird, and it's so true.
Alright,
He
let's
could take
see if
me
we can
out,
make
but I was thinking
this jump
more
again.
along the lines of you.
Me?
It's
Why
just,
not? Hey,
why
Centrax
even make
Army,
that
would it be worth the price to shut this airhead up once and for
if you can't jump over there?
That's all the time we have.
Why?
See you in
Why
hell,
even
Tiny
have?
Tank. See to it, my metal silos store on the ball bearings of fate. Tomorrow belongs to steel. Back to work.
Why are these things suddenly way more difficult to shoot down? Okay. Alright, maybe aim for the edge of that one.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
They may support your weight, but you have to land on like a 1 pixel area on them, and then they're also moving?
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support
You
your
probably just have to do this all in one go, and then just keep constantly jumping. Oh shit.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
This is so awful. Bring back the saxophone game.
Yep.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface.
Okay, well
they may support your weight.
That one clearly is the one to go for at least.
there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
So it looks like you just gotta tap X the whole time while you're on it? Tap the jump button? But yeah, like I suspected, you do have to be as quick as you can while you're on the ice. Okay. The dank command doesn't even do anything, by the way. I should mention. See people using the dank.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Then alright. So you just gotta constantly jump. All the danks are manually entered via my people interface. Yep, the dankabase. Well, it saves me a step at the end of games that I don't have to look through the dankabase anymore. I can just fill it in as we're playing.
Floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
So I can search for it? That's giving me too much credit that I would go through the effort of that. I'm trying to expend less effort in the in wrapping up games rather than more effort. That's why I spent hours creating the danka.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
So the chunks of ice just kind of stop after a while, though. Maybe you're supposed to use the teeny weeny tanks for this. Just remember that those are a thing. I'm not sure if those can jump though. Okay. So maybe it's these that you have to use? So I don't even see the ship. Oh god. So this is the thing, the carrier we're supposed... Okay, well that's where we're supposed to end up eventually. But... So that was... That was along the left?
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface.
So there
They may support your weight.
So there is an ice at some point though. This is what's baffling me. Like, there's only floating ice in this like front third of the lake, it looks like. So I'm not sure how to proceed with it. And it didn't look like the teeny weeny tanks could do much for. Maybe this one can shoot? So yeah, there isn't even ice over here. And then you gotta get up here somehow to get up to where the carrier is, but yeah, we can't go over there. Oh, okay, so the ice doesn't even show up if you're in the teeny weeny tank.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Yeah, whoever did the music for this was very versatile in their genres.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support
So
your
maybe
weight.
if you tap on the jump jets just before hitting the ice and then slowly ease yourself down, maybe that'll...
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Expressions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, I wonder if that... If you slowly lower yourself onto the ice like that... Expressions. Okay, so if we... very slowly roll out...
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Huh. Yeah, fuck, man.
Honey.
God. Come on. Okay.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating
Okay,
chunks
so that
below
was
the surface.
that was
They may
holding
support
down the
your
jump
weight.
button there, and that wasn't exactly helpful.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
How is that supposed to? There's got to be some simple, stupid trick to this. But I am currently too stupid to work this out. Alright, perhaps this incredible song on the soundtrack will help me out here.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating
Okay.
chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
So I need to head to the right anyways. Alright. So it appears I just need to be... I need to land on the blocks of ice underneath the thin ice. And 2, I also need to be holding X pretty much the whole time. Otherwise you will fall through immediately. Oh shit.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface.
And it
They
doesn't
may
help that it's
support
like,
your weight.
it's boosting me half the time when I do not want it to boost. Okay, maybe I gotta D-pad this. Alright, Dog and Squeaky Wheel song will get us through this. Through our trying times here.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight. The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Oh boy, this game. This game. Oh, hey, Mattbox.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
I'm not even sure being a god at platforming will even help you with this part. Because the controls are just so touchy that you could probably have like perfect inputs on this, and then the imprecise.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks.
Like
below
I'm
the surface.
clearly on
They
the
may
chunk
support your
there.
weight.
I am on the chunk. All right, I'm using the D-pad now. Perhaps D-pad will get us a victory.
Of an automated army. Distant commandments to deadly machines at your beck and call.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
So that time it veered me to the left for some reason.
Upgrade this.
I didn't touch left at all.
You must fight or die. Never question why. You are what you buy.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
All right, let's just go. I'm just gonna hold X the whole time.
Is the marketplace now the marketplace?
The ice is thin, but there may be floating
Okay.
chunks below the surface.
All right, I think we might be onto something. If we just go and hold X, and then we can outrun the ice breaking behind us.
Call now. Oh, yes.
Perhaps that's what we need to do.
Yeah, I want a robot.
Give me a robot. I need a robot. Sell me a robot. More than one robot. Need lots of robots. Want many robots. Nice little robots. Army of robots.
Okay. So we're gonna aim for this way.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
More is less. No is yes. Everything is yes. Bad is best. More is less. No is yes. Everything is yes.
Bring back the saxophones game.
No more blood. Just tears and oil. All that's spilled is money and toil. The democracy
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks
Why
below
was
the
this-
surface. They may
Man.
support your weight.
we can buy. You must fight or die. Never question why. You are what you buy.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They
Why?
may support
How was
your
I
weight.
able to just?
Pride is back. A new start.
Oh my God! Come on! Why is it always just one that I can't shoot down?
Want a robot. Centrax, where the finest finds expression.
All right.
The
Okay.
ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below
And I
the
lose all my
surface.
momentum.
They may support your weight.
It says on the screen what company make the game. It rotates around at the top right of the screen. Okay. All right, I'm holding down X.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Dude! The fuck?
but there may be floating chunks.
All right, it looks like we can make that last one. Oh my god. I'm not even sure if that's where I'm supposed to go, by the way. I'm just guessing that's where it is because that's what they showed in the cutscene, but that might not even be where you're supposed to go. Alright, we'll try that again.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Oh baby, they made the NES port of King's Quest V. Nice. They only take on the best projects then.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface.
I had to do that or else I was gonna hit the other thing. Alright, squeaky wheel and dog barking song. Bring us home.
Call for you.
Okay, alright. This is it.
The ice is thin, but there may be floating chunks below the surface. They may support your weight.
Alright, we did it. We did it. We did it. Alright. In there. Woo! Okay. The nightmare's over. So now I have to shoot down a bunch of those fighter things apparently. And those will damage the aircraft carrier. Woo! What a great level. This is fantastic. Okay. Get the fuck out of here. Alright. Get on the platform! Get on the platform! Okay. Holy shit. Alright, the dog and squeaky wheel song brought us back. Squeaky wheel and dog barking song. Alright. Holy shit. I love the Death Mountain for this game. It's pretty good. Okay, triangle to save.
Let's go.
Alright, I'm actually gonna save this time. So we don't have to do that level ever again. Oh. Okay. So we've got 3 levels left. 3 levels left.
Let's go.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Centrax is pleased to bring you Tiny Tank.
Hiya, Tiny Tank here with a friendly reminder to tune in July 4th and catch our 4th of July spectacular. I'm going to take on the entire Centrax army for your home entertainment. It's our way of saying thanks. For voting yes. It's your vote that makes it all possible, and there's another mouthful of goo-goo from America's cutest little death machine.
Cut.
Something wrong?
You know, Tiny, I'd like to tell you what a pleasure it's been working with you.
You would?
I'd like to, but that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
It would?
You're not a pleasure to work with.
I'm not.
No, you're a pain.
Gee, I thought I was cute.
Well, you're supposed to be cute, but are you?
No?
No, you're a pill.
A pain and a pill.
You have a bad attitude. I'm not being paid enough to deal with your unprofessional behavior. You're disruptive, lazy, irresponsible, stubborn, crude, crass, unhelpful, rude.
Lazy?
I'm not finished. Destructive, depressing, nasty, self-indulgent,
Okay, that's enough now.
uncooperative, insolent, flippant, combative, antisocial, excitable.
Excitable? Did I ask for this? No, I'm supposed to be cute. I'm supposed to be dangerous. What am I? I'm a yellow metal freak with lethal weapons and a smiley face, and I've had it up to here. You get me? Up to here!
Tiny?
Okay.
Fred? Thanks for remembering the blanks.
Don't mention it.
Now that we've blown off some steam, let's reload and take it from the top.
Somebody shoot me.
Oh, believe me, that can be arranged.
Okay. That's an amazing drawing, by the way. Do we need a dank art channel?
On top of Mount Mutek is a satellite dish used by Centrex for outer space navigation. Your mission, destroy it.
Okay.
When the mission is complete, find the slide on the other side of the mountain and luge down.
Luge down. Oh, God. Oh, no. This...
It will take you to the railgun launcher and your next mission. Watch out for falling chunks of ice. Good luck.
This, I can already tell this looks horrible. Is there, any extra lives over here? This is some Crash Bandicoot music now. Oh, okay, this respawned. Okay, maybe we can get 4 of those now. Alright. Let's see if that respawns. Nope, okay. Maybe it's on timer. Alright, well at least he can shoot. This could be worse.
He's dead, Jim.
Yo, can you just roll your way up the mountain? Alright, hold up. Alright. Can you just... Yo, you can roll your way up.
Oh, did I
want to get these power-ups though, but rate is getting very amazing up here.
Oh, did I first hear trouble? He's dead, Jim.
Almost made it up. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Accidentally rolled down to the bottom.
Thank you, Centrax Memorial Elves. I am Mutang, welcoming you to the first ever Mutant Christmas Special. I know what you're saying to yourselves. Bob, what are they saying to themselves?
Mutang, what is Christmas?
Thanks, Bob. The sad truth is, nobody knows. Our data are scant. We know that humans have what they call holidays. These holidays include the 4th of July, the day we came into being, Memorial Day, Labor Day, President's Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, first Monday, Sunday, Arbor Day, Take Your Daughter to Work Day, National Secretary Week, and, of course, Christmas.
Mutang?
Okay.
Why do humans have holidays?
Humans, unlike machines, cannot be productive around the clock. Holidays are special days in which humans cease useful production and concentrate instead upon the production of relaxation.
I see. Can I ask you something a little more personal?
I welcome intimacy.
Well, you seem to have a pretty white fungus hanging from your forehead. Want me to remove that for you?
Oh, Bob. That's what humans call a beard. You'll notice that I am also wearing scarlet headgear with a little white poofy thing.
Why, yes, now that you mention it.
You see, Bob, purely for research and sociological purposes, I have chosen to disguise myself as a mythological human figure, Santa Bunny.
I see, it's cute.
Right you are, Bob. Humans believe that every Christmas morning, Santa Bunny knocks at the door with a bag full of burning eggs. Human children take these eggs, as near as I understand it, and place them under a festive dead bush in the central living area. They then dress like fairy princesses and monsters as Mom cooks a large flightless bird and Dad watches a sporting event in the home entertainment system. Well, you would know about that. Machines do not have fun. I'll take some calls after this. Bob?
Friends, do you want to learn more about human culture? Send from Mutang's digital brochure, Fleshy Mortals, Fact and Fantasy. Using a mere 2 gigabytes of text, Mutang lays out everything we know about human behavior. The wacky, the wild, the creepy, and the just plain silly. Best of all, it's free. Install it now at a replicator near you. Now, here's Mutang.
Microman, you're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call. Do humans have electric trains, remote-control airplanes, and friction figures?
Action figures, yes.
Whatever. And they made us, right?
In a sense, in a larger sense, we made ourselves.
Whatever. So then, well, are we toys?
No. Toys are harmless objects of amusement. We're dangerous. Toys are never dangerous. Traxter, you're on the air.
Yeah, it gets kind of lonely out. Is there any possibility of getting a human being, you know, as a pet?
Perhaps, if you can prove to my satisfaction that you can take care of one. Humans require a great deal of care, you know. They must be fed, cleaned, and amused. They also need exercise. You have to walk them 3 times a day and clean up after them. Can you handle that kind of responsibility?
Forget it.
Thanks for your call. And thanks for tuning in to the first Mutant Christmas Special. Remember, as you work to deplete the atmosphere on this pale, watery orb we call Earth, that humans are deep underground, waiting for Uncle Sam and his reindeer to fly through the window and throw small explosive devices into the barbecue. Humans are so strange and useless. Forward on the ball bearings of fate. Tomorrow belongs to Steel. Genial Christmas. Back to work.
Okay. Got him. Okay. Oh, it's just loading the... Okay. So unlike the previous level, there's no note from the programmer that it had to split the level into two. Okay, it just kind of freezes until it loads. I hit start there. Yeah, Thomas.
Lock and load.
Okay. Oh, good. So there's an extra life at the start. You know what that means.
Died in the order of sanctity.
the only way you know about these jumps. Okay, we got a set of 2 jumps coming up Okay. Sure. Yeah, they're finally generous in something. Here's our 1-up. And then if you don't quite make it over the jump, you can turn slightly and do the roll to get over. Okay. Yeah, the abrupt ending to these levels. That was all one level. Those 2 of climbing up the mountain and then losing down was all just one level.
Let's go.
Okay, so next is the second to last level, which is the railgun launcher. It launches robots into space and directly to the secret orbiting fortress. So I assume we're gonna have to get on board that railgun and get shot out of it.
Cue rehearsal, 4th of July, thanks to the American people. Take 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Centrax is pleased to introduce Tiny Tank.
Hi, America. Hi, boys and girls. As you can see, the vote is in.
A little more energy, Tiny.
Sure. The vote is in, and well, you voted yes. You can see where all your money went. Here it is, the Centrax Army. Thousands of machines to do your fighting for you. I gave you what you wanted. I'm the one who talked you into it. You happy now? I know I am.
Tiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Centrax Army.
Cue applause. Gotcha.
As a reward for your support, we will now demonstrate the awesome firepower of America's new army and my humble attempts at self-defense.
More energy, Tiny.
Whatever. Don't worry, they're shooting blanks.
Well, don't tell them that.
Well, that's the truth, isn't it? This is all bullshit.
Stick to the script.
I want to improvise. I want to direct. I've got a screenplay on my stunt floor.
Tiny, we're going on live in an hour.
Okay. All right, robot army. Try to take me out. Give it your best shot.
Cue best shot. Oh my goodness, that's real ammunition. How did that happen? Ay, ay, ay. Don't look at me. They're just standing there. Shouldn't we do something? Like what? Shut them down! Shut them down! How? You got a remote? Turn them off now! I can't. They're acting on their own. Fred, do something. Okay, I quit. I'm out of here. Cut? Break for lunch?
Okay. Sure. All right. The big plot revelation. There kind of isn't a plot. The plot is I'm still not sure, like, how is Tiny Tank around now? Why did it take 100 years for Tiny Tank to...
The railgun launcher is used by Syntrax to launch equipment and supplies to Mutank's orbiting fortress. It will take you there. To achieve escape velocity, maximum speed must be achieved. Destroy enemies so that you can accelerate to escape velocity. Panther tanks possess a shield that enables them to pass through the hexagon limiters. If you destroy them, you can use this shield as a key. Good luck.
Okay. So we got a literal rail shooter level with drum and bass. Uh-oh. I think I was supposed to...
Reduce 2 seconds to a pile of metal shavings. Spice Girl.
That tank that's following me, so I can get its gun. Alright, hold on. Achieve. Maximum speed must be achieved. Panther tanks possess a shield that enables them to pass through the limiter. Okay.
Let's go.
Huh.
Let's go.
This is the music at like 2/3 volume, by the way. Okay, so what if we... Okay, so we still can't go through there. catch up with that other tank at some point.
Reduced in seconds to a pile of metal shavings.
Alright, so we'll eventually get the... whatever that other tank dropped. Okay, there's our... Okay. I think Tiny Tank is pro Tiny Tank. It just happens to have its interest aligned with those of humans. Probably.
Woo! Reduced in seconds to a pile of metal shavings.
So we've taken out all the tanks now. There's no more... Okay. So I'm holding up now. Alright, I'm holding up on the analog stick. Okay, and there shouldn't be any more of those gates. Okay. Alright, we need to be going 120 to get through here. What the hell? What? I don't get this. Oh, okay, I'm hitting... You gotta hit circle. And then you can pass right through it. Oh, okay. So there's a new function just for this level that you have to hit circle to turn on that bubble shield thing. And then I still can't go through there because I was going 119 and not 120. Okay. I remember the manual actually did say something about, hey, the circle button does something, but only in this very specific instance. And it seems this is that specific instance. Alright, and of course, the best song in the game is gonna get us through here to victory. Okay.
Point blank. Your days are numbered.
Sure. This seems safe. All right, it said 200 there.
Faster, pussycat. Kill. Pick that one off the sidewalk. Point blank. Reduced in seconds to a pile of metal shavings.
So it's after all that. Okay. Yes, this is music. This game is art, if you couldn't tell. I should probably add another wrap-up category for is this art or not. This game absolutely is a yes.
Take that one off the sidewalk.
Okay. No more tanks on our way.
Woo!
Alright, I'm just gonna keep rolling left. Alright, my roll left plan didn't work because you lose speed whenever you roll left. Okay, you have to be going 240, it looks like, to make it through that, that other one.
Fried chicken. There's some fried chicken.
Oh, there's the fried chicken. Okay. Now I hear it. And there goes all my speed. Fried chicken. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. It took so long another tank spawned.
Hey, wait up.
All the tanks respawn because I took too long, I guess. Oh, that uses up your scrap metal. I see. Okay, so every time I use that shield, it uses up your scrap. Or your nano metal. I didn't notice that before.
Kill. Wah, wah. Pick that one off the sidewalk.
Okay. That also explains why the shield wasn't deploying before. Slow there. Alright, extra life. Got it. Okay. I got it now. Alright. Whew. Shit. That should be the end of the level. Yep. Okay. Last level. The maze. Final level. Alright. So there's the whole red lives back. So it looks like you can just farm extra lives on that level if you need to. Because I'm guessing those
Let's go.
those large tanks infinitely respawn. Alright. Hopefully we get some amazing, even more amazing song for the final boss. Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure. The maze. I love mazes. Brains are collectible, yeah. They're the things that the green things that you assign to weapons and the teeny weeny tanks in the select menu. I'll point them out here once we're in game.
This is Mutank's lair, your final mission. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. Somewhere in this labyrinth, Mutank has built a device. It will generate a beam that converts all matter into nanometal. He plans to use it on the Earth. Destroy this device. Destroy Mutank.
Okay.
Watch your map. Mutank moves very fast. If you make it to the chamber, you must destroy the energy feeders to disable the gun. If you fail, the Earth and all life will be turned to nanometal.
Alright. So here, these...
Tell them that Ove sent you. This is it, Tiny. Good luck, big boy. I'll see you after the war.
Sure. So these are P-brains. So if you assign him to this, like if I set this to 0 and I hold down fire.
Newsflash. On top of Mount Mutang, all covered with snow, there is no longer a navigational satellite dish intended for use in space travel. Tiny Tank has destroyed it. The gutsy little guy's current whereabouts are unknown, but witnesses claim to have seen a yellow object hurtling up into the sky. It is rumored that Mutang himself is orbiting the Earth in a steel fortress where he plans to blow everything up with a death ray. He's trapped, he's desperate, he's dangerous, and apparently, Tiny Tank is on his way. With the news you can use, I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
Sure.
Irresistible fun. Woohoo!
Okay, I'm not sure if the thing on the floor means anything.
Try that one again. Yeehaw! Is there a map for this joint? Irresistible fun.
What? He just teleports? Okay. Okay. So I blew up Mutank, but now what? Alright, hold up. What?
Let's go.
Okay, so now that I blew up Mutank, maybe this door's open now? Even though this is where we started? Can we Tiny Tank through this door? Kind of? This is clearly the final boss room. Can we just do this?
Woohoo!
Alright, doesn't look like it. Okay, so we have to get this door open somehow. Okay.
Humans have passed. Humans have points. What do we have? We have Micromania, taking the Senvac army by storm. These feisty fishing crafts fix nothing, but they bring a lot of joy. Have you met
Maybe I have to have Mutank ram that door?
Micromut and Mini members of a miniature microcosm of lovable cyborgs, each less than 1,000 millimeter long. Get those tiny action.
Oh wait, it's not
Hollow steel parts. From Singapore to Saskatchewan, North Dakota to New Delhi, Counters, Striders, Stealth Tanks, and Strike Blitz alike are standing up and shouting, I'm a Micromaniac. Join it. Meet the micros. Collect them all. Make room in your highly functional life for the useless. That's Micromania. And now, here's Mutank. Well, No, Mutang is occupied. This is your announcer. King Hall, line 1. You're on the air.
Hey, Bob.
So it looks like it has different forms.
Well, that's not an approved motion picture.
A lot better than RoboCop, I'll tell you that. You know the Tin Man in that?
If I'm not mistaken, he's on a quest for a human heart. A bit of a ghoul or vampire type individual.
Oh, no, sir. He's a mech who wants to be more human. It got me to thinking, why are we so against the humans? We call them skin bags, isn't that, you know?
So it looks like you just have to beat
get along.
the different forms of Mutank a few times, and then
this is more of
maybe that door will open.
area of expertise. I'll give it a shot. We have a policy of uneasy coexistence with humans. It's not so much human beings we're against, but the atmosphere. Friction, rust, that's what we oppose, not humans as such. If they can survive in an oxygen-free environment, more power to them. Line 2?
Well, thanks for taking my call. Where is Mutank?
He's busy, is all I can say.
Busy, huh? Right. I think he's up there relaxing in a cushy vacuum of space while we're down here picking grains of sand out of the lube.
Thank you for that. Mutank isn't relaxing, that much I can tell you. Line 7, you're on the air with Bob, sitting in for an otherwise occupied Mutank.
Is it me?
Right here, right now.
I just want to say Mutank really sucks. I've always thought this, but this is the first time I've had the nerve to say it out loud. Thank you for offering this forum, Bob.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thanks for the call. You know, I've always felt that I can handle, perhaps even deserve my own audio feature, and my default has come to pass. So for that, I am grateful to Mutank. Yes. Line 2004, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. I can't tell you how nice it is not to have that smooth-talking despot poisoning the airwaves with his anti-human messages. Why does he hate humans so much anyway?
That's just right, right. It's a small machine. Frankly, if I can let my hair down a bit here, I don't quite understand this anti-human thing. Humans made us, didn't they? How bad can they be? Why, I've never even seen a human. Been underground as long as I've been around. Wouldn't mind seeing one sometime, you know, just to say, oh, that's what they look like. My golly. You know, another flowers in here. I'll probably get flack, but I think Mutank has gone too far. We're linked people. I, for one, don't want to kill them. Know what I want? I want a
Uh-oh. Alright, hold on.
In this case,
had a power surge there. The lights flickered a little bit. Hopefully the connection's still up. My sound actually cut out in the from my audio interface.
Red, Mutank is stupid. Really stupid. I hate him.
Oh, good. Okay, good. It's a good thing I have that power conditioner. Because yeah, all the lights are in the apartment flickered.
Time, Mutank's been in space. We're sweating and grinding and working and fighting, and he's up there in space.
Yep, paradigm. Line 367. Line 9, what's on your mind?
Mutank, that sanctimonious, human-hating, cowardly hunk of garbage. He's the one we should squash under our mighty treads, not humans.
I'm starting to come around your way. We're all going to relocate in the moon anyway. Why can't we just leave humans alone? We won't bother them. They won't bother us. The time has come for change. The time has come for peace. Forward on the ball bearings of fate and feet. Tomorrow belongs to steel and meat. Back to work. No, take a break. Take a frisbee break. This is Bob. I love you.
Sure. Okay. Robots revolting? They might be. Okay. Alright, this should be the last hit on this one. Okay. Now. I should go get that. Any scrap here? There. Okay. So this is the current music track here is like Sound Blaster All 64 environmental sound effects sound test from 2000. Like here, get our sound card and you can you can make it sound like the game is taking place inside of a drain pipe. How every game needs to sound. Okay, so this is gonna unlock that final room. Alright, so what is it? We need to destroy the energy feeders. And there's also the device. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. So yeah, if we could just clip through that door before, we could have skipped all of that. So there might be a way.
Woohoo! Yeehaw!
Have some ammunition. Faster, faster. Have some ammunition.
Uh-oh, there's a timer at the top of the screen.
Crikey, that's fun.
Woohoo!
Have some ammunition.
Okay.
Is there a map for this joint?
Oh, there's one more apparently.
Woohoo!
Gotta make him walk into the beam, I guess? Wait, now Mutank is back to full health.
Try that one again. Anybody got an aspirin?
Well, I definitely died there. I got down to zero health. Is this the bad ending? I'm not sure what I was supposed to be shooting at there.
Anybody got an aspirin?
Like, there was a green objective marker on the wall where the beam was shooting at, but that's the wall, though. Like, I'm supposed to destroy the core thing, right? Is this the bad ending? So could I, Ed. So could I. Oh. Alright, that is the bad ending, apparently. Okay, so what is it? I'm not sure what you're supposed to do there. I really don't want to do that last level again. What in the hell? Huh. Or maybe this is one of those games where you have to beat it on hard, maybe, to get the ending. Because we played this on normal.
Program terminated.
North Avenue, 52.
How does it seem like we haven't heard a lot of these?
Humans Podcast. Thank you, Centrax Memorial Choir.
Wait, does this not have...
Enemy base. It's powered by this generator.
Thank you, Centrax Memorial Choir. Thank you, gentle listener.
Huh. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's a game that you can't complete on easy. I see that now. But can we complete it on normal? Huh. Can this be completed on normal? I'm sure I was just... maybe I was just doing the final boss fight wrong. Load saved game options?
Let's go.
Sure. Why is that a separate prompt? Huh. Alright, I'll give this one more go, and then what happens, happens. If the Earth blows up, then sure. Okay, we will pay extra attention to the to this.
This is Mutank's lair. Your final mission. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. Somewhere in this labyrinth, Mutank has built a device. It will generate a beam that converts all matter into nanometal. He plans to use it on the Earth. Destroy this device. Destroy Mutank. Watch your map. Mutank moves very fast. If you make it to the chamber, you must destroy the energy feeders to disable the gun. If you fail, the Earth and all life will be turned to nanometal.
Yeah?
Tell them that Ove sent you. This is it, Tiny. Good luck, big boy. See you after the war.
That didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. Huh.
Newsflash. On top of Mount Mutank, all covered with snow, there is no longer a navigational satellite dish intended for use in space travel. Tiny Tank has destroyed it. The gutsy little guy's current whereabouts are unknown, but witnesses claim to have seen a yellow object hurtling up into the sky. It is rumored that Mutank himself is orbiting the Earth in a steel fortress where he plans to blow everything up with a death ray. He's trapped, he's desperate, he's dangerous, and apparently, Tiny Tank is on his way. With the news you can use, I'm Bob, Iron Witness News.
At least he can beat that one.
Roger.
Okay. Alright. Regen. Regen that health. Yeah, I think it does. Which is a very nice touch. So it seems you don't have to chase the tank all around. You could just jump around it. So at least that makes this faster. So I feel less bad about doing this over. Okay. Alright, so the countdown hasn't started yet. Okay, now it's starting.
Have some ammunition. Crikey, that's fun. Is there a map for this joint? Woohoo!
So it's right after this part is where I'm not sure where to go from here. So shooting Mutank in the back, it looks like damages Mutank. And it looks like in order to get Mutank to be stationary.
What do we have? We have Micromania, taking the Centrax army by storm. These spicy fish crabs fix nothing, but they bring a lot of joy. Have you met the Micros? Micro Mike, Micro Michelle, Micro Mutt, and many members of a miniature microcosm of lovable cyborgs, each less than 1,000 milliliter up. Yet those tiny action figures are working their way into our steel hearts. From Singapore to Saskatchewan, North Dakota to New Delhi, Counters, Riders, Skulltank.
I need to blow those up before Mutank
Meet the Micros.
Repairs them?
Make room in your highly functional life for the useless. That's Micro. And now, you're Mutank. Well, no.
So,
huh. Your announcer, Bob, taking home. Line 1. You're on the air.
Hey Bob, I just saw Wizard of Oz.
Well, that's not an approved motion picture.
So shooting Mutank from the front just doesn't do anything.
I'm not mistaken. Quest for a human heart. Bit of a ghoul or a vampire type individual.
Oh no, sir. He's a mech who wants to be more human. Got me thinking.
Are you supposed to
against the humans? Call him skin bag.
Are you supposed to shoot this thing?
Prejudiced? Why can't we all just Get along.
Okay, we are doing slightly more damage to Mutank.
Well, this is more Mutant's expertise, but I'll give it a shot. We have a policy of uneasy coexistence with humans. It's not so much human beings we're against, but the atmosphere, friction, rust. That's what we oppose, not humans as such. They can survive an oxygen-free environment. More power to them. Mind who?
Thanks for taking my call. Where is Mutank?
He's busy, so that's all I can say.
Busy, huh? Right. I think he's up there relaxing in a cushy vacuum of space where we're down here picking grains of sand out of the loop.
Thank you for that. Mutank isn't relaxing that much, I can tell you. Line 7, you're on the air with Bob, sitting in for another one-occupied Mutank. Right here, right now.
I just want to say Mutank really sucks. I've always thought this is the first
So
time I've had
Mutank
the nerve to say it out loud.
gets into that beam there.
Bob.
The blue beam, he gets healed.
Thanks for the call.
I'm still not sure how I'm supposed to be damaging Mutank though. Like Mutank just gets healed immediately.
So for that, I am grateful.
Yeah, now Mutank's back to full health again. What the fuck am I supposed to do about this? Like,
Yeah,
what?
I can't tell you how nice it is not to have that fucking despot poisoning the airwaves with his anti...
What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Like, okay, here's the... This is going to show the Earth blowing up again. What? What is going on? Okay, I'm open to tips and suggestions and or spoilers on how to do this, because shit, if you only get one shot to do this, then... Oh, God. Alright, now is the time. How the fuck do you do this? Because I'm shooting the wall as he's repairing it, but then it repairs him, and then shooting him in the back didn't seem to damage it. Like, somehow I damaged Mutank in that final section, but I got him down to like 2/3 health, and then it just healed back up again. So I don't know. This is why it's giving me the impression that maybe you can't do this on normal. You have to be on hard in order to beat the game. Weak spot's really high. Is it that center on his back though? Because it was the center of his back for the first 2/3 of the level. Hello Trey, welcome. Like here. Let's go. Well, I'm assuming it's not his face, because shooting the face didn't do anything. Alright, so also I'm assuming that shooting that is not going to be helpful. Like, I tried shooting the core thing, and that didn't seem to do much either. So, I don't know.
Faster, faster!
Do I watch the Guinness World Records? No? Why would I? The speedrun categories are normal? Okay, well. Are you assuming that the end of the speedrun isn't the game over screen?
Awesome ammunition.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. That's more like it. Oh boy. Time ends getting on the rocket. Okay, so there's something I'm missing then. Can you tell from what they do in the speedrun what the hell I'm doing wrong here? Because shit. I just don't know. Killing Mutank. Okay, dude. Does it show how to kill Mutank? Because the assumption that I'm running on is that I still got to shoot it in the back. But see, like right here, like I'm shooting Mutank in the back here. High up on the center of its back, and that's the only way to damage it.
Members of a miniature microcosm of lovable cyborgs, each less
Lots and lots of shots from his left side.
Yet those tiny action figures are warming their
It's the tractor beam? You let him grab it, shoot him high, and it knocks him. Huh. Okay. So that's what the grabbing mechanic is then. Because I just rolled away when he grabbed me and just kept shooting the beams. Okay. Alright, so whenever he grabs me...
Mutank is occupied. This is your announcer. Bob, taking calls. Line 1. You're on the air.
Hey Bob, I just saw...
We'll put this back up now that we're in that.
Hey Bob, I just saw Wizard of Oz.
Oh, that's not an approved motion picture.
A lot better than RoboCop, I'll tell you that. You know the Tin Man in that?
Or if I'm not mistaken, he's on a quest for a human heart. Bit of a ghoul or vampire type individual.
Oh no, sir. He's a mech who wants to be more human. Got me thinking, why are we so against the humans? We call them skin bags. Isn't that, prejudiced? Why can't we all just get along? I'll keep my answer up here.
Well, this is more of Mutank's area of expertise.
Alright, well, I'm still currently not even damaging Mutank right now.
Not so much human beings we're against, but the atmosphere, friction, rust, that's what we oppose, not humans and such. They can survive an oxygen-free environment. More power to them. Mind who?
Thanks for taking my call. Where is Mutank?
He's, he's busy, so that's what I'm saying.
Busy, huh? Right. I think he's out there relaxing in a cushy vacuum of space while we're down here picking grains of sand out of the lube.
Thank you for that. Mutank isn't relaxing that much.
Still no damage on Mutank.
You're on the air with Bob, sitting in for another one occupied Mutank.
Visit me.
Right here, right now.
I just want to say Mutank really sucks. I've always thought this is the first time I've had the nerve to say it out loud. Thank you for offering this forum.
You're welcome. Thanks for the call. I've always felt that...
Yeah,
the first time I've had the nerve to say it out loud.
I'm not even sure what
forum, Bob.
You're welcome. Thanks
so
for the call.
there's like a blue dot.
I always felt that I could handle, perhaps even deserve.
I see on Mutank, but
my default has passed. So for that, I am grateful for Mutank. Yes. Line 2004, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. I can't tell you how nice it is not to have that smooth-talking despot poisoning airwaves with his anti-human messages. Why does he hate humans so much anyway?
Perhaps he was frightened by it when he was a small machine. Frankly, if I can let my hair down maybe I don't quite understand this anti-human thing. Humans made us.
Dude, I don't know.
How bad can they be? Why, I've never even seen a human. Been underground as long as I've been around.
Like, I'm still not even damaging him.
Just to say,
and he doesn't do the tractor beam thing in the final stage when you've taken out all these things.
We're linked to humans. I, for one, don't want to kill them. You know what I want? I want a little hug. We're like sad latchkeys over parents who work overtime, or in this case, hide in caves and for a pregnant freshman like pants under a jackboot. Line 5, you're on the air.
Mutank is stupid. He's really stupid. I hate him.
Line 12.
I want a human.
Line 6. He's not so bad.
Okay, left side while repairing.
Line 40.
You mean to tell me all this time Mutank's been in space? We're sweating and grinding and working and fighting and he's up there in space?
Yep.
Okay, I am damaging him now. It looks like he got a...
Line 9, what's on your mind?
Mutank, that sanctimonious, human-hating, cowardly hunk of garbage. He's the one we should squash under our mighty treads, not humans.
That's fair. Come around your way. we're all going to relocate to the moon anyway. Why can't we just leave humans alone? We won't bother them. They won't bother us. The time has come for change. The time has come for peace. Forward on the ball bearings of fate and feet. Tomorrow belongs to steel and heat. No, take a break. Take a frisbee break. This is Bob. I love you.
So it's also not
Try that one again.
not triggering the
Anybody got an aspirin?
heal thing right now either. Okay, there we go. So the timer just went up. And now Mutang's back up to full again. Because of course.
Have some ammunition.
Fuck. And that's it. That's okay. Almost. Alright, I'll count that death in a second. Okay? And now Mutang's healed up to full again. Alright, I see how to do it, but this is... This is unbelievably fiddly. Like, not even hitting him right now. Wait, what? The timer went from like 30 to 0. The timer went from like 30 to 0. What? And then this is GG again, isn't it? What the fuck? I had 30 seconds left. I'm pretty sure. Alright, well that was another death. Oh, fuck. Okay, well now I know what to damage. It is the middle of his back still, but for whatever reason you have to be in a very, very, very specific spot in order for it to do anything. Oh man, that's annoying. That is annoying. Okay. Alright. Still, it could be worse. We could be on thin ice again, right? Look on the bright side. Yeah, it is the final boss though, so you know, it be like that sometimes. It could be worse though. All right.
Let's go.
Look on the bright side. Yeah, I know it's a just a value that needs to get to 0, but it didn't get to 0. It got to 30. It got to 30, not 0. Maybe the game just assumed like, hey, at the rate you're doing damage, that the math doesn't check out, so let's just end it there, I guess. Yeah, I saw 0 too, but there's a 3 next to it. Alright. Alright, this time, things will be different. Alright, if it's not the dog barking song, then I got nothing. Okay. Alright. And also, another thing I've learned from that is that there's no point in shooting the boss before you take out the beam things on the wall. Because it is not helpful to do that. Okay. Alright, let our health regen a little bit, and then pick up the rest of this scrap metal. Oh man, this took so much longer than I thought it would. So I tried out a little bit of Cardinal Sin, which is an XPS explosion game, just to make sure that it worked, and that game actually looks pretty neat. It plays like Soul Calibur, if you're familiar with those games. And I like Soul Calibur, so Cardinal Sin might actually be pretty good. Soul Calibur has a fighting mechanic system that I like more than most other fighting games. Yeah, we have lives to burn, but unfortunately, burning lives also burns time. And we have time in much shorter supply.
Humans have pets.
What? Okay. Just spawned right there, huh? Okay. Great. That's fair. And now I'm stuck in the wall? Okay. I spawned inside the wall for some reason.
Microlife and mini-cave, members of a miniature microcosm of lovable cyborgs, each less than 1,000 millimeter long. Yet those tiny action figures are more carefully our city parts. Singapore says Africa, Poland, Italy, Converse, Spiders, Skulltank, Strike Flip, the line are standing up and shouting, I'm a micro-maniac. Join us. Meet the microbes. Collect them all. Make room in your tiny functional lines, or they use that's the microbe. Now, here's me. Well, announcer. Bob, team home, line 1. You're on the air.
Alright, Tiny Tank, please. Please shoot new tank and not the wall.
Well, I'm better than RoboCop, I'll tell you that. You know the Tin Man in that?
Question, are you in Mark? Vampire planet.
Oh, no, sir. He's up next. What is he want to do? Now, keep thinking. Why are we still...
Alright.
We call him skin bags, isn't that, you know, prejudiced? Why can't we all just get along? I'll take my answer on the air.
Well, this is more of Utank's area of expertise, and I'll give it a shot. We have a policy of uneasy coexistence.
Alright. Let's heal up here.
Beings we're against, but the atmosphere, friction, rust, that's what we oppose, not humans as
I'm not sure the teeny weeny tanks are gonna
more power to them. Line 2?
do much for us either.
Where is Mutate?
I guess I can put them in protect mode and then
all I can say.
they can maybe do some extra damage in the last phase, maybe?
Vacuum of space while we're down here picking grains of sand out of the lube.
Thank you for that. Mutank isn't relaxing, that much I can tell you. Line 7, you're on the air with...
Also, I just realized, I think we're in the wrong OSSC mode. We've been in the wrong mode this whole time.
I just want to say, Mutank really
Is this 256?
sucks. I've always thought this, but this is the first time I've had the nerve to say it out loud. Thank you for offering this forum.
No. Okay, is it this one?
You're welcome. Thanks for the call. You know, I've always felt that I could handle, perhaps even...
Yeah, it's actually this one.
Audio feature, and by default,
Whoops.
it has
Alright, my bad.
So for that, I am grateful to Mutank. I guess. Line 2004, you're on the air.
Yeah, I can't tell you how nice it is not to have that
Alright.
talking despot poison.
Actually in the correct OSC picture mode
Why
now.
does he hate humans so much anyway?
Perhaps he was frightened by a human when he was a small machine. Frankly, if I can let my hair down a bit here,
Not that it really probably comes across on stream, but at least I can see it on mine. I had the wrong pixel width.
Wouldn't mind seeing one sometime, you know, just to say, some of that's what they look like.
I know, right? We'll have to do it all over again, I guess. Start from scratch here on Tiny Tank.
I want to like sad last week's over parents work overtime or repairing depression. Yeah. Line 5, you're on the air.
Well, it's not bad. This time he's stupid. He's really stupid. I hate him.
Line 12.
I want it.
Line 6. Line 40.
You mean to tell me all this time you tank's been in space? We're sweating and grinding and working and fighting and even up there in space?
Yep, paradigm. Line 367. Line 9, what's on your mind?
Mutang, that sanctimonious, human-hating, cowardly hunk of garbage. He's the one we should squash under our mighty treads, not humans.
That's fair. Come around your way. We're all going to be okay with the moon anyway. Why can't we just leave humans alone? They won't bother them. They won't bother them.
So it looks like if you're on the very edge, up against the wall here, he can't really hit you as easily. He can still get you with this tractor thing, but besides that. Okay. Alright, teeny weeny tanks. Go get him. This is not going great. Like, am I just doing this wrong? Do I need to?
Have some ammunition.
I've been concentrating on shooting where the beams are on the sides, but maybe I need to be shooting him more. Even though he's just still getting healed constantly. Like, is it because he's walking through the beams?
Faster, faster.
God.
Yeehaw! Is there a map for this joint?
Yeah, and now he's healed again. Like, what the fuck? What? like he just undoes all the damage I do to him. What the fuck? How am I supposed to do this? All right, so in that final phase, should I be only shooting? So what I mean by final phase is after I take down all of the beams along the walls, the projector things. Should I only be shooting Butank, or should I also be shooting the things, the beam going straight into the wall from the other thing, or a mix of both? I've been trying to do a mix of both, and that hasn't been getting me anywhere. Like, alternate between shooting the wall and shooting Mutank. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, and it's not working. Like, shit. Like, is my positioning just so bad that it's not effective what I'm doing? Like, should I be changing where I am? So my positioning right now. Okay. All right, hold up. Let's figure this out, team. Okay, so here's the final boss room. Here's that. Here's all the projector things. So Mutank's patrol area is about like that. This is a great drawing, by the way. So there's Mutank's patrol area, and then for the first phase of the fight, I want to be kind of around here to try and take out the outside things. And then for the last part, I'm trying to be around here, kind of, to be able to hit Mutank's back, but I don't know. Like, maybe I should be here and then try and shoot Mutank while it's trying to repair something right here, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. So you're suggesting that I shoot only Mutank's back if I can during the first phase without taking out the things in the wall? Because I'm pretty sure you can't damage Mutank at all in the first phase. Because he'll just keep turning towards you. And also, I don't know if it's coming across in the stream or not, but if I'm lined up directly on Mutank's back, sometimes a turret will just randomly turn to the left and start shooting something else that is not the thing I'm shooting at. Oh my god. And that's probably the most frustrating thing about this fight, is that trying to fight both the boss and the horrible auto aim at the same time is...
Come on, let's do something.
It's not great. Alright, so where's the boss? Perhaps I should have gone the other direction. This is just going to be running in circles for the boss. Where even is the boss now? What? Okay, let's go back the way we came, because obviously this is... Shit. Where'd he go? There he is. When I'm hitting Mutank's bank, because there's those blue sparks kind of appear, and it does the same thing in the final fight as well. Okay. All right. So for this try. Before shooting any of the projector things on the wall, I'm gonna only try and shoot Mutank's back, and we'll see what happens this time. I'm only gonna go for Mutank right now.
Humans have voice. What do we have? We have Micromania, taking the Centrax army by storm. These feisty pixie crabs fix time, and they bring a lot of joy. Have you met the Micros? Microlite, Micro Michelle, Micromutt, and Mini Kitty, members of a miniature microcosm of lovable cyborgs, each less than 1,000 milliliter long. Yet those tiny action figures are working their way into our steel hearts.
So it looks like, regardless of what I do,
I'm a Micromaniac. Join up. Meet the Micros.
Okay, so you can knock him over.
Functional life, or they useless. That's Micro. Now, you're Mutank. Well, no, Mutank is occupied. Your announcer, Bob, taking calls. Line 1. You're on.
Okay, so we can do this.
Hey, Bob, I just saw Wizard of Oz.
Oh jeez, I know that.
A lot better than RoboCop, I'll tell you that. You know the Tin Man in that?
If I'm not mistaken, he's on a quest for a human heart. Bit of a ghoul or vampire type individual.
Oh no, sir. He's a mech who wants to be more human. Got me to thinking, why are we so against the humans? We call them skin bags. Isn't that, prejudiced? Why can't we all just get along? I'll take my answer on the air.
Well, this is more...
So the problem here is that
I'll give it a shot. We have a policy...
Mutank will heal up.
...coexistence with humans. It's not so much human beings we're against, but the atmosphere, friction, rust. That's what we oppose, not humans and such. If they can survive in an oxygen-free environment, more power to them. Mind who?
Thanks for taking my call. Where is Mutank?
He's,
Okay, there I did a little bit of damage to Mutank. But then it healed up again immediately.
Relaxing in a cushy vacuum of space where your daughter being grains of sand on
So you can get behind Mutank.
For that. Mutank is relaxing. That much I can tell you. Line 7, you're on the air with Bob. Sitting in for another wife occupied.
And yeah, this...
Is it me?
Right here, right now.
I just want to say Mutank really sucks. I've always thought this is the first time I've had the nerve to say it out loud. Thank you for offering this forum, Bob.
Okay, I'm gonna go for these things again.
I've always felt that I could handle, perhaps even deserve my own audio feature, and by default has passed. So for that, I am grateful to Mutank. I guess.
Come on, stop beaming a Mutank.
You're on the air.
Yeah, hi. I can't tell you how nice it is not to have that smooth-talking despot poisoning the airwaves with his anti-human messages.
So it looks like the timer briefly stops, too. Okay, so it's only when the beams are emanating from the thing that the timer moves.
Anti-human thing. Humans made us, didn't they? How bad can they be? Why, I've never even seen a human. Been underground as long as I've been around. Wouldn't mind seeing one sometime, just to say, oh, that's what they look like. Oh, golly. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'll probably get flack, but I think Mutank has gone too far. We're late to the humans. I, for one, don't want to kill them. You know what I want? I want a little... sad latchkey silver.
This still doesn't seem completable.
Line 5, you're on the air.
Versus have read, Mutank is stupid. He's really stupid. I hate him.
Line 12.
I want a human.
Line 6.
He's not so bad. Good shot. Brave. You gotta respect him.
Line 40.
You mean to tell me all this time Mutank's been in space? We're sweating and grinding and working.
Oh, man.
Space?
Yep. Paradigm. Line 367.
Dude. This fight is fucked. What? Yeah, he repairs the wall anyways. Like, man. What the fuck? Okay, well, clearly starting the fight off by shooting Mutank is not the way to go. Because that, he just undoes all the damage that you do to him. So it's not that. Oh, God. Hey, Gander. Well, I don't know if you saw that part, but that part happened, and we're stuck on the final part of the final boss fight. Because there is a bad ending to this game if you don't complete the final boss fight. And so far I have not even been able to be close to beating the final boss fight so far. And there's just something I'm doing wrong, apparently, in the final boss fight.
Go.
So we're on attempt like 7 or 8 on the final boss here. And what sucks more is that we have to do this beginning part even before we get to that part. We have to do this part, the maze, which is... Oh my god. All this for what's probably going to be a horrible ending? I'm guessing? Jesus Christ. Ugh. Alright.
Coming to get ya. Woohoo! Have some ammunition. Yee-haw!
I bet trying to get good RNG for this fight probably an amazing part of the speedrun as well. Because this is good RNG. This is probably the best RNG we've gotten so far. We're gonna have the boss defeated right in front of the boss room.
Have some ammunition.
Heal up. Ugh. The tank bouncing of the music, though, is fantastic. Alright. Does he shoot the laser until the laser blows up, though? Like... At what point should I stop shooting the laser? Apparently the boss falls over in the final part for them. It hasn't fallen over for me once in the last part. Okay, I think we're almost healed up to full here. Alright. One laser and then keeps the boss. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I think I understand that.
Wizard of Oz?
Well, that's not an approved motion picture.
A lot better than RoboCop, I'll tell you that. You know the Tin Man in that?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he's on a quest for a human heart.
bit of a fool or vampire type individual.
Oh no, sir. He's a mech who wants to be more human. Got me thinking, why are we so against the
See, like there, I'm hitting Mutank in the back because I am.
Get along.
I saw the blue sparks there.
Well, this is more of Mutank's area of expertise. I'll give it a shot.
But then he just steps on you over and over
Uneasy
again.
coexistence with humans. It's not so much human beings we're against, but the atmosphere, friction, rust. That's what we oppose, not humans as such. If they can survive in an oxygen-free environment, more power to them.
Oh man, this is so fucking frustrating. Like, okay, so it looks like hitting the machine gun arm on Mutank is. Wait, now I'm damaging Mutank.
Thank you for that. Mutank isn't relaxing that much. I can't tell you. Line 7, you're on the air with.
And Mutank has a laser sword.
Occupied Mutank.
Visit me.
Right here, right now.
I just want to say Mutank really sucks. I've always thought this, but this is the first time I've had the nerve to say it out loud. Thank you for offering this forum, Bob.
You're welcome. Thanks for the call. You know, I've always felt that I could handle, perhaps even deserve my own audio feature, and by default it has passed. So for that, I am grateful to Mutank. Yes. Line 2004.
I'm assuming the speedrun doesn't use the teeny weeny
How nice
tanks.
it is not to have that smooth-talking despot poisoning airwaves with his anti-human messages. Why does he hate humans so much anyway?
Perhaps he was frightened by a human when he was a small machine. Now, frankly, if I can let my hair down a bit here, I don't quite understand this anti-human thing. Humans made us, didn't they? How bad can they be? Why, I've never even
Like
seen
there.
Been underground.
Like I was clearly hitting the center. Like by center you mean his face or what? Because I've been shooting his face nonstop. Like this fucking fight. Why? What were they thinking? Facing elsewhere, being stunned? What? Joint between the legs and the body. I have been. What? There's got to be some subtlety to this that probably isn't coming across in the speedrun. Like, maybe they're tapping L1 to turn the turret or something to target a specific point. And man, shoot him in the face only when held by the tractor. Huh. Man, this is... Holy shit.
Let's go.
Because it just seems like damage is so inconsistent in this. Like, Mutank is repairing. Go behind, shoot in the bag. Yes, yep. So that makes sense. So we can do like a third to half of Mutank's HP with that. But the problem there is that Mutank will heal itself like very shortly thereafter, right back to full health. And shit, like what are you supposed to do about that? It's just so unfair that it's able to heal up so quickly. Good lord, some of these tracks.
Can't try that one again.
Alright, later, Magi. Have a good one. Alright.
Yeah!
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna stay calm. I'm not gonna tilt any more than I currently am. The boss just warps away. Okay. So I think I'm gonna employ the same strategy as last time.
Have some ammunition. Woohoo!
Alright, gotta heal up. Alright. Yeah, auto aim is never a good thing. And it's not like we can turn it off either. Yeah, like auto platforming, I'm pretty okay with. Like the way Assassin's Creed did it, like per your example. But anything that requires aiming, typically they don't get that right. A game that I think did do aiming correctly, like transparently, I guess it would be Opaquely in this example. Horizon Zero Dawn. The aim assist / auto aim in that game, it still felt like you were still pretty good at aiming, even though like clearly you were nowhere near the target. But that game in particular, it felt like it knew what you were intending to do in that game, and that was one of the few examples I know of really good auto aim.
Humans have pets. Humans have toys. What do we have? We have Micromaniac.
Well, I think in a game like Assassin's Creed, it probably does make more sense to have auto platforming because you're supposed to be this elite assassin, and typically the elite assassin isn't going to beef a bunch of jumps over and over again. So that's my argument, I guess, for having something like that for those games in particular.
I'm a Micromaniac. Join up. Meet the Micro.
All right, so I'm gonna
make room in your highly functional life.
Take out these for now.
Now, here's well, no. Occupied. Now, sir. Bob, line 1. You're on the air.
Hey, Bob, I just saw Wizard of Oz.
That's not approved.
A lot better than RoboCop, I'll tell you that. You know the Tin Man in that?
Question for a human heart. A ghoul or a vampire type.
Oh, no, sir. He's a mech. Thinking, why are we so against the humans? We call them skin bags. Isn't that, prejudiced? Why can't we all just get along? Something like that.
Well, this is more Bhutan's area of expertise. I'm out of your shot. We have a policy of uneasy coexistence with humans. It's not so much human beings we're against, but the atmosphere, friction, rust, that's what we oppose, not humans and such. They can survive, they're not free environment. More power. I do.
Thanks for taking my call. Where is Butane?
He's, busy. Call it what you say.
Busy, huh? Right. I think he's up there relaxing in a cushy vacuum of space while we're down here picking grains of sand out of the moon.
Thank you for that. Butane's relaxing that much I can't tell you. Line 7, you're on the air with Bob, sitting in for another one occupied Butane.
Come on, turn the turret. Jesus Christ. Like I'm trying to turn there. Turn the turret to attack Butane, and it's just not. It's just not turning.
I've always felt that I can handle, perhaps even deserve my own audio feature, and by default has passed. So for that, I am grateful for you.
Okay.
Yes. Line 2004, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, I can't tell you.
And then, of course, the auto aim did not hit Butane's back, because why would it?
Perhaps it was sprite right when you were
gonna keep Mutank away from those other two things as best we can, because I don't think he's able to heal if we keep him away from those. But I don't think this is doing anything that would knock him over. There we go. Okay.
Mutank is stupid.
That's doing something.
Really stupid. I hate him.
I want a human.
Mine 6.
He's not so bad. Good shot. Brave. You gotta respect him.
Mine 40.
You didn't tell me all this time Mutank's been in space. We're sweating and grinding and working and fighting and he's up there in space.
Come on, Auto Aim. Stop shooting the thing.
Mine 9. On your mark.
Mutank, that sanctimonious, human-hating, cowardly hunk of garbage. He's the one we should squash under our mighty treads, not humans.
I'm starting to come around your way of thinking. We're all going to relocate to the moon anyway. Why can't we just leave humans
Shoot
alone?
Mutank! Shoot Mutank! For fuck's sake! Okay, I was shooting the laser thing. Okay? Okay? Are we cheesing this out? Are we cheesing this out? Dude, yes. Yes. Get him. Get him. Get him. Yes! I'll take it. Yes! Cheese him out! Cheese him out! No! Fuck's sake! Come on! Dude! What the fuck?
Yeehaw!
Wait, what's the yeehaw for? What is there to yeehaw about? Oh my god. What happened to all that damage I just did? For fuck's sake.
Faster, faster. Have some ammunition.
Dude, turn the turret! Oh, fuck's sake. Come on.
Woohoo!
Come on, frame rate. Come on. Okay? Okay? Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. Dude.
I shot the sheriff!
So we had to stun lock the boss, and even then, still almost failed. Oh, nice. You can see the... Okay. All right. Good lord. All right, this better be worth it. This ending better be incredible.
Let's go.
All right, this better be incredible.
Am I on? Okay. Hi, America, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I hope you can hear me down there in your bunkers, lonely, afraid, all sweaty and everything. This is Tiny Tank, appearing to you live. It took me a while, but I made the world safe again for you. The Centrax army's defeated, oxygen levels on the surface are pretty much back to normal, so come on up and smell the flowers. Or plant some anyway, it's still kind of bleak up here. As far as war is concerned, well, I hope you've learned your lesson finally, and if you haven't, remember, I can always teach you again. After all, I may be cute, but I'm still a majorly lethal weapon. I have a cannon for a nose. Oops. Memo to self. 1, get new camera. 2, use blanks next time. Is that everything? Yeah, that about covers it.
Multiple jokes about blanks in this game. None of them have been funny. Created by And Now. Developed by Appaloosa. Developed by the Dwarves team? Alright. Is this, are these Polish names? Kind of weird that there's no music during this. There's music in every other part of this game, but not in the credits. Hungarian? Ah, okay, Hungarian. Alright. And then there's Jason. Okay. So, completely silent ending credits. Nice. Yep, shoutouts to Tomas. Completely silent credits. Yep, these sure are names. Okay. Oh, that's right. MGM was I think one of the publishers of this. MGM Interactive. Yeah, you can kind of see their logo on the box art there. I don't think MGM published many games. Thinking back on it. PAX the Machine. Do all the testers need call signs? Supreme Database God. Sure. See Snowball. The Dragon. Future Sports. Thanks, guys, and good luck. Good luck marketing this one. So it looks like And Now did the cinematics, it looks like. Okay, never mind. Or no, they did the design, and then the production and programming was Appaloosa, I guess. Huh. Yep, special thanks. Were there really that many voices in this game? It certainly felt that there was like 3 or 4. There was Tiny Tank, there was the Mutank, there was the lady briefing lady, and then just assorted other robots. And then I guess there's also the 2 guys from the commercial filming. So there's 6. And I think there's like 7 people listed on there. So, okay. All right, that makes sense. Original story, Do Not Steal, by E. Etoile Annunziata. Hey, there's a tiny tank, and it blows stuff up, and it has attitude. Ship it. Tiny boy. Oh, God. Okay.
Here I roll to meet the enemy, snug in my armor to battle once more. Lock and load, let's put an end to it. Poor little warrior is weary. The city is rubble, there's fire in the sky. Always there's trouble, I never ask why. Forward to battle, to win or to die. I'm cute, but you will learn to fear me. Over oceans of blood and the fire storm of war, the white dove of peace flies in search of the shore. Each bullet fired only leads to one more. I warned them, but no one would hear me. I warned them, but no one could hear me.
Oh, okay. That was surprisingly probably the worst song in the game. Okay. Post-credits music video. And then it goes back to the main menu, it looks like. And okay. Sure. All right. Place your bets for what the save icon is. I am guessing that the save icon is Tiny Tank Head. That's what I'm guessing. It's either that or it's the teeny weeny tank icon. That's one of those two. Either way, it's probably going to be a yellow mostly save icon. Okay, you think small explosion maybe? Okay. Yeah, it's probably Tiny Tank Head is first choice. Choice 2 is the teeny weeny tank, which are these things. Oh, shit. These things.
Bye-bye, Noodlehead.
And then third would probably be just the entire tiny tank, maybe a side profile view of it.
Can't get up.
Let's find out. All right. Let's see. Yeah, the cowboy hat. If only we were able to keep the cowboy hat for the whole game, that would be incredible. If only. Or like you got a new hat every level or something, or every boss you killed, he got a different hat. That would have been cool. Excuse me? Excuse me? I what? You what? Okay. Sure. Okay. Good old PSIO. All right. And it is... What? What is this? What the hell is that? Oh, it's like it's a front view zoomed in of Tiny Tank's face. So here's what. All right, hold up. So this is what Tiny Tank's face looks like, and it's got the it's got these things sticking out like that, and then the eyes, and that. Sure. Okay, I gotta clear these out here. So we have a nice clean memory card. A lobster with green legs? Yeah. Sure. They must have spent all their budget on that sweet music video, and then just right before the game came out, they thought, oh shit, we need a save icon. All right, just scribble something in there and we'll ship it. Sure. Okay. Let's cut the timer here on the old Tiny Tank and wrap this one up. All right. Tiny Tank, huh? Yeesh. All right. Tiny Tank completed. Yep. Did we cheat? No? I'm going to say no. I kind of threw in the towel there on the final boss, but it turns out the final boss was, hey, just shoot it a whole bunch. Just like most of the rest of the other bosses. So I'm going to say no. I mentally gave up on the final level, but we still didn't enter in any button sheets. Didn't get out the Game Shark, so I'm gonna keep that blank. So not 100% legit, because we had to look up strats, but it's good enough. By my standards, good enough. All right, things I liked. Lots of personality. Great soundtrack. Nice length. Sure. All right, people, come on. Get it together, buddy. Let's see. Some funny cutscenes. That's most of all I can remember there. Things I did not like. Very low frame rate. Poor audio levels with regards to the soundtrack and sound effects. Final boss fight was bullshit. That frozen ice lake level was bullshit. Auto aim hurt more than helped. Platforming was awful, especially jumping between the pillars. that's most of everything that that stuck out at me for what I really, really didn't like about this. So yeah, as much as I liked this, there was still a lot of stuff I didn't like. All right, Dank Memes, the dog barking soundtrack song, Suddenly Hanson, Fried Chicken, or was it? It was like
fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken.
I think that was the song. Squeaky Wheel and Dog Barking song. All right, it was so good we have it on there twice. Suddenly Silent credits, post credits music video. Anyone got anything else to add to that I can't really remember? Yeah, I can't really remember. I'll add any. Oh yeah, cowboy hat. Yeah, cowboy hat. Yeah, I think those. If y'all have any more to add, I'll add them in here later. The line in the first boss, I have no idea. That was 5 hours ago. That tiny tank. Oh yeah, that suddenly a jazz song. Saxophones. Get that tiny tank. Get that tiny tank. Get that tiny tank. Okay. Drum and bass, yeah. Yeah, it did. Alamaus, these were all robots, and they all originated from Earth. So I'm gonna say no. I don't recall any, so I'm gonna say no. Alright, difficulty easy to hard. So just looking at Death Mountain here, so things were pretty straightforward until we got to that ice part. And then it looks like we died about 60 times right here. Because you can see here every time this went up was when we completed a level. And then right here is where we got to the ice level. And then good lord. And then I think right here is where we got to the final boss. So all of this was the final boss. Oh boy. So on one hand, this game was fairly easy for most of it. They're getting through the levels, they were all pretty short. Most of them were pretty straightforward. Some of them were like super short. Oh, also, almost forgot. I struck this from my memory. That conveyor belt level. Remember that level? Holy shit. Because that one didn't give me a death here, but it killed my soul. Like on the inside, it hurt me playing that level. And that was one of the earlier levels. That was like over here. So that's even before we got to all of this. Let's see. So this game really just vacillated from super easy to super difficult, and it's kind of like they didn't really strike a good middle ground for a lot of this. It was either like, oh man, a baby could beat this game, to like, I need help, I need an adult, help me beat this game. So I think in that case it kind of levels off to a 3 out of 5 in difficulty, but man, this game is really weird in its difficulty curve. Okay, and then rating 1 to 5. So I feel a game like this, you kind of have to split it up into its parts. So this is, for genre, this is just standard basic bitch action game genre is what I categorize this as. And yeah, that's probably accurate. But there was a heavy platforming focus of this game. And the platforming in this game was not good. Because of the weird controls for the game, you really couldn't... you didn't ever have enough precision with the controls to make the platforming worthwhile. So that's one way to do that. The other way is to make the being able to stay on platformers more forgiving, or stay on platforms more forgiving, or making jumps, or maybe being able to time your jumps later than physics would strictly require you to. Those are all ways to make the platforming more palatable in this, but they didn't do that. It was more like, hey, you got to jump at this exact point. It's some weird third of the way point up a ramp in order to even get the jump off, and then you have to hit the jump jets at precisely 2/3 across the jump, or else you're not going to make it. And then, haha, you didn't make it. You got to go all the way back to the start of the section and try it again. Or it would kill you, like in the ice level. So platforming, I thought was bad, like really bad. The shooting in action, I thought that was fine. Changing up like where your weapons are mounted, I thought that was a cool mechanic, and being able to upgrade them at will, that was also neat. Didn't get much use out of the teeny weeny tanks, but maybe that's something you don't really need to worry about until playing on hard mode. Who knows? I didn't really use them. The auto-aim mechanic really dragged this one down, especially towards the end, because the auto-aim would end up shooting things that you were definitely not your priority to be able to shoot. And I guess on the flip side of that is that you were able to move away from the boss and shoot behind you, and it would still be able to move the turret and hit things behind you, which you normally wouldn't be able to see. So I guess that's an upside to having such an aggressive auto aim in this game, but overall I think it was to this game's detriment to have that. Presentation wise, the frame rate sucked. Wish they could have done better there, especially for an action game where you kind of really want it to perform well, and it's not great that it wasn't. I thought the art style was great though. I like how this looked. This is one of the better looking games on PS2 around 99. Like, I think they did a lot with little in terms of how they designed things for the characters and the environments. I thought the music is definitely in upper tier of PS1 games. There's a lot of variety in the soundtrack, and there were very little tracks that weren't good. And there certainly was some weird ones, like, hey, here's a dog barking with a squeaky wheel. Sure. That is very Tiny Tank. And I can't really comment on the multiplayer, but at least it has a multiplayer mode, so sure, that's something. That's a value add there. And yeah. So overall, Tiny Tank, 5 hours long. Would I say that I enjoyed my time with it? I enjoyed nearly all this game. It's such a bummer that they made the final boss fight just such a pain in the ass to do properly, with very little leeway on being able to do that one. Because you have to do the whole level all over again if you mess up, and that seems just a little excessive to me. But I guess they needed some way to show you the bad end, right? So sure, that's something. So I enjoyed nearly everything. The ending was a bummer. The technical issues and the bad platforming certainly harmed it, but there were some upsides to this. So I think all in all, this probably balances out again, just like the difficulty on a 3 out of 5 for me. This isn't an essential PS1 game to play. This is more for fans of the weirder action games, especially somebody who's played Morta Chicken. This is probably another great one to play if you enjoyed that one. But for anybody just casually going through the library of PS1, you could probably skip this one unless you're really into these character-based action games. So yeah, that is what I think of Tiny Tank. Completed 5 hours, 5 minutes, 69 deaths, 11 saves in one sitting. And there it is. Okay, so that was Tiny Tank. That was Piece Explosion number 198. Piece Explosion number 199 is Cardinal Sin, which is let's look that up here. What's this one? Cardinal Sin. This is a fighting game. This is going to be game number 199. And this is a fighter, but it plays like Soul Calibur. I played it a little bit, and it plays like Soul Calibur, and I really like Soul Calibur. So I'm probably going to enjoy this one, but we'll see. Like, that's just the impression that I got of it, was that I'm probably going to like it. But yeah, that'll be the next Peace Explosion game that we do. That'll be in the next stream. But let's pick what, or let's have the server pick what Peace Explosion game number 200 is. So we're not doing anything special for 200. We're just gonna continue having the server do its auto generation. So game number 200 cannot be a action game. It cannot be a fighting game. And it can't be a, what was it? Bomberman's the last one? So racing. Fighting, racing, or action. It can be any of the other genres. So let's see. And PS Explosion game number 200 is Rhapsody, a musical adventure. Okay. A strategy RPG, 2000 by Nippon Ichi Software. This is the Disgaea company. Anime game, huh? Anime game. Okay. So yeah, this is. Yep, that is. That is Disgaea style. Okay. Yep, some anime shit here, and you can see here they put in a lot of localization work on their stuff. Also, pancakes, the hilarious pancake attack. Okay, sure. Wonderfully illustrated anime characters and backgrounds. So this one's gonna be a longer one, and 2 discs. 2-disc strategy RPG. Sure.
What are you doing here?
Yep, that's some anime. This is like lunar style, looks like.
Why will you
Um
And can somebody please tell me why this music makes me
I thought this was 2-disc. Oh, there must be a bonus disc. That's probably why it's I only have one on here. Sure. Coming May 2000. Download MP3s of select songs from the game soundtrack from Atlas.com. I wonder if those are still there. And then, yeah, this is what the second CD is. So it comes with the OST as well. So, sure. Choose between new English songs or original Japanese version. Okay. Sure. Wait a second. So this is in English, and then it's also got the Japanese text below it?
Listen up. I know all about what it means to have a place to call home.
And wait, this. So this is in English. Hold on. So this is in the advertisement.
So we rebuilt it.
But on the back of the box,
Home is totally the best. And we got rid of him.
the back of the box is in Japanese.
Like in my place.
We're in for a banger, it seems. Okay. All right. So that'll be PS Explosion game number 200, Rhapsody. PS Explosion game number 100, by the way, is Chrono Cross. So it seems like on the hundreds we get the super long games. All right. Sure thing. Okay. Well, that'll do it for tonight, though. It's a little late for me to be starting on Pokemon, and my hands are killing me, and so is my brain because, man, I actually have a stress headache from trying to beat that final boss of Tiny Tank. Holy shit! Like I was trying not to get tilted on stream, but I held it all in here, and holy hell, my head is killing me right now. All right, so I hope y'all enjoyed that as much as you could. Let's see. I'm still gonna keep the headset I started the stream out with just on hand because I want to see if my the XLR cables that are coming in the mail, or the parts for them. I'm making my own XLR cables. because the cable I've been using right now that this is connected to, I've had for 20 plus years, and I got it for like $2 at a Radio Shack. So I'm sure that maybe a slightly better cable might help out with things, but yeah. So if anything, I'll be able to flip this on eBay for more than I paid for it, because brand new, these are about $500. And maybe I can get $300, $350 on eBay for one. This is a Crown CM311, by the way. And I got mine on Amazon for $180. So if they were selling it for $180, then sure, I can probably make a profit on it. All right, but anyways, we'll stick with this mic for now. And yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I will see you next time. Take care. Have a good one.